chapters 26 to 28 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Again then, following Proclus, we say that the theory of the sublunary is immediately connected with that of the celestial gods, and in consequence of being suspended from it, possesses the perfect and the scientific. For the generation-producing choir of gods follows the gods in the heavens, and in imitation of the celestial circle, convolves also the circle in generation. For secondary follow the natures prior to them, according to an indivisible and united progression. Because, however, the divinities that govern generation subsist immediately from the celestial gods, on this account also they are converted to them according to one undisjoined union, just as the celestial are converted to the supercelestial deities, from whom they were proximately generated, but the supercelestial to the intellectual, by whom they were adorned and distributed, and again the intellectual to the intelligible gods, from whom they were ineffably unfolded into light, and who indescribably and occultly comprehend all things. Of the whole of this truly golden chain, therefore, the summit is indeed the genus of the intelligible gods, but the end is that of the sublunary deities, who govern generation in an unbegotten, and nature in a supernatural manner, to which the demiurgic intellect now gives subsistence, the dominion of the gods extending supernally from the heavens as far as to the last of things. Of the sublunary deities, however, it is necessary to observe in the first place that all of them preserve the generative and perfective energy of their generating cause, and also his demiurgic and stable productive power. They likewise receive measures, boundaries, and order from their Father, and such things as he governs exemptly and totally, they, being divided according to allotments, fabricate, generate, and perfect. Some of them also are proximate to the celestial gods, but others proceed to a greater distance from them. Hence some preserve the idea of these gods so far as it can be preserved in the sublunary order, but others are established according to their appropriate power. For of every order the summit is analogous to the order prior to it. Thus the summit of intelligibles is unity, of intellectuals is intelligible, of the supermundane order is intellectual, and of the mundane order supermundane. And some of the sublunary gods indeed are in a greater degree united to the demiurgic monad, but others are more distant from it. Hence some being analogous to it are the leaders of the whole of this series, but others have a more partial similitude to it. For the Father established in every order powers analogous to him in their arrangement, since in all the divine orders a certain cause presubsists analogous to the good. Conformably to these causes which are thus analogous to the ineffable principle of things, and which with reference to it are called monads, the sublunary gods proceed and adorn and distribute generation in a becoming manner, and some indeed give completion to this, but others to some other will of their Father. For some complete his connective, others his prolific, others his motive, others his guardian will, and others some other will of the demiurgos pertaining to the wholes in the sublunary region. And some of them have dominion over souls, others over demons, and others over gods. All of them, however, are intellectual according to essence, but mundane according to allotment. They are also perfective and powerful, governing generation in an unbegotten manner, being deprived of intellect, intellectually, and inanimate natures vitally. For they adorn all things according to their own essence, and not according to the imbecility of the recipients. But Plato is evidently of opinion that these gods use certain other bodies more simple and perpetual than these elements, by saying that they appear when they please and become visible to us. That he likewise gives them souls is manifest from his saying that every mundane god is conjoined to bodies through soul. For he then first called the world itself a god, when he had established a soul in it. And again, that he suspends intellects from them, through which their souls are intellectual, and are immediately converted to the demiurgus, is evident from the speech of the demiurgus to them. If likewise it is requisite that the whole world should be perfect, it is necessary that together with the divine genera, we should conceive that the demoniacal order was generated prior to our souls, and which receives a triple division, videre licet, into angels, demons properly so called, and heroes. For the whole of this order fills up the middle space between gods and men, because there is an all-perfect separation or interval between our concerns and those of the gods. For the latter are eternal, but the former are frail and mortal. And the former indeed are satisfied with the enjoyment of intellect in energy partially, but the latter ascend into total intellects themselves. On this account, there is a triad which conjoins our concerns with the gods, and which proceeds analogous to the three principal causes of things, though Plato is accustomed to call the whole of this triad demoniacal. For the angelic is analogous to being, or the intelligible, which is first unfolded into light from the ineffable and occult fountain of beings. Hence also it unfolds the gods themselves, and announces that which is occult in their essence. But the demoniacal is analogous to infinite life, on which account it proceeds everywhere according to many orders, and is of a multiform nature. And the heroic is analogous to intellect and conversion. Hence also it is the inspective guardian of purification, and is the supplier of a magnificent and elevated life. Farther still, the angelic indeed proceeds according to the intellectual life of the demiurgos. Hence it also is essentially intellectual, and interprets and transmits a divine intellect to secondary natures. But the demoniacal proceeds according to the demiurgic providence of wholes, governs nature, and rightly gives completion to the order of the whole world. And the heroic again proceeds according to the convertive providence of all these. Hence this genus likewise is elevated, raises souls on high, and is the cause of a grand and vigorous energy. Such therefore being the nature of these triple genera, they are suspended from the gods, some indeed from the celestial gods, but others from the divinities who are the inspective guardians of generation. And about every god there is an appropriate number of angels, heroes, and demons. For every god is the leader of a multitude, which receives his characteristic form. Hence of the celestial gods, the angels, demons, and heroes are celestial. But of the fabricators of generation, they have a generation-producing characteristic. Of the elevating gods, they have an elevating property, but of the demiurgic, a demiurgic. Of the vivific, a vivific property, and so of the rest. And again, among the elevating gods, of those that are of a Saturnian characteristic, the angels, demons, and heroes are Saturnian, but of those that are solar, they are solar. Among the vivific gods likewise, of those that are lunar, the ministrant powers are lunar. But of the aphrodisiacal, or those that have the characteristic of Venus, they are aphrodisiacal. For they bear the names of the gods from whom they are suspended, as being in connected continuity with them, and receiving one and the same idea with an appropriate subjection. Nor is this wonderful, since partial souls also, when they know their patron and leading gods, call themselves by their names. Or whence were the Asclepiuses, the Bacchuses, and the Dioscuri denominated, who, being men of an heroic character, took the names of the deities from whom they descended. As therefore of the celestial, so likewise of the gods who are the fabricators of generation, it is necessary to survey about each of them a coordinate angelical, demoniacal, and heroical multitude, and that the number suspended from them retains the appellation of its producing monad. Hence there is a celestial god, angel, and hero, and the like is also true of the earth. In a similar manner, we must say that ocean and Tethys proceed into all the orders, and conformably to this the other gods. For there is likewise a Jovian, a Junonian, and a Saturnian multitude, which is called by the same appellation of life. Nor is there any absurdity in calling man both the intelligible and the sensible man, though in these there is a much greater separation and interval. And thus much in common concerning the gods and demons, who are the fabricators of generation. Chapter 27. It now remains to show what conceptions we ought to have of the gods mentioned by Plato in the passage before cited from the Timaeus. For of the ancients some referred what is said about them to fables, others to the fathers of cities, others to guardian powers, others to ethical explanations, and others to souls. These, however, are sufficiently confuted by the divine Iamblichus, who demonstrates that they wander from the meaning of Plato, and from the truth of things. After this manner, therefore, we must say that Timaeus, being a Pythagorean, follows the Pythagorean principles. But these are the Orphic traditions. For what Orpheus delivered mystically through arcane narrations, these Pythagoras learned, being initiated by Glauthemus, in the mystic wisdom which Orpheus derived from his mother Calliope. For these things Pythagoras says in the Sacred Discourse. What then are the Orphic traditions, since we are of opinion that the doctrine of Timaeus about the gods should be referred to these? They are as follows. Orpheus delivered the kingdoms of the gods who preside over wholes according to a perfect number. Videre licet, Phanes, night, heaven, Saturn, Jupiter, Bacchus. For Phanes is the first that bears a scepter, and the first king is the celebrated Ericopius. But the second is Night, who receives the scepter from her father, Phanes. The third is Heaven, who receives it from Night. The fourth is Saturn, who, as they say, offered violence to his father. The fifth is Jupiter, who subdued his father. And after him, the sixth is Bacchus. All these kings, therefore, beginning supernally from the intelligible and intellectual gods, proceed through the middle orders and into the world, that they may adorn mundane affairs. For Phanes is not only in intelligibles, but also in intellectuals, in the demiurgic and in the supermundane order, and in a similar manner heaven and night. For the peculiarities of them proceed through all the middle orders. And with respect to the mighty Saturn, is he not arranged prior to Jupiter? And does he, not after the Jovian kingdom, divide the Bacchic fabrication in conjunction with the other Titans? And this indeed he effects in one way in the heavens, and in another in the sublunary region, in one way in the ineratic sphere, and in another among the planets, and in a similar manner Jupiter and Bacchus. These things, therefore, are clearly asserted by the ancients. If, however, we are right in these assertions, these divinities have everywhere an analogous subsistence, and he who wishes to survey the progressions of them into the heavens, or the sublunary region, should look to the first and principal causes of their kingdoms. For from thence and according to them their generation is derived. Some therefore say that Plato omits to investigate the gods who are analogous to the two kings in the heavens, I mean Phanes and Night. For it is necessary to place them in a superior order and not among the mundane gods, because prior to the world they are the leaders of the intellectual gods, being eternally established in the adytum, as Orpheus says of Phanes, who by the word adytum signifies their occult and immanifest order. Whether, therefore, we refer the circulation of same and different mentioned by Plato in this dialogue to the analogy of these, as male and female, or paternal and generative, we shall not wander from the truth. Or whether we refer the sun and moon, as opposed to each other among the planets, to the same analogy, we shall not err. For the sun indeed, through his light preserves a similitude to Phanes, but the moon to Night. Jupiter, or the demiurgos, in the intellectual is analogous to Phanes, in the intelligible order. And the vivific creator Juno is analogous to Night, who produces all life in conjunction with Phanes from unapparent causes, just as Juno is parturient with and emits into light all the soul contained in the world. For it is better to conceive both these as prior to the world, and to arrange the demiurgos himself as analogous to Phanes, since he is said to be assimilated to him according to the production of wholes. But to arrange the power conjoined with Jupiter, i.e. Juno, and which is generative of wholes, to Night, who produces all things from the father Phanes. After these, however, we must consider the remaining as analogous to the intellectual kingdoms. If likewise it should be asked why Plato does not mention the kingdoms of Phanes and Night, to whom we have said Jupiter and Juno are analogous, it may be readily answered that the tradition of Orpheus contains these, on which account Plato celebrates the kingdom of heaven and earth as the first, the Greeks being more accustomed to this than to the Orphic traditions. As he himself says in the Cratylus, where he particularly mentions the theogony of Hesiod, and recurs as far as to this kingdom according to that poet. Beginning, therefore, from this theogony, as more known, and assuming heaven and earth as the first kingdoms above the world, he produces the visible heaven and earth analogous to those in the intellectual order, and celebrates the latter as the most ancient of the gods within the former. From these also he begins the theogony of the sublunary gods. These things, however, if divinity pleases, will be manifest from what follows. At present, we shall only add that it is requisite to survey all these names divinely or demoniacally, and according to the allotments of these divinities in the four elements. For this Ennead is in ether and water, in earth and in air, all variously according to the divine and also according to the demoniacal peculiarity. And again, these names are to be surveyed aquatically and aerially, and likewise in the earth terrestrially, in order that all of them may be everywhere, according to an all various mode of subsistence. For there are many modes of providence, divine and demoniacal, and many allotments according to the division of the elements. Chapter 28. Let us, therefore, now return to the words of Plato. In the first place, then, he says that ocean and Tethys were the progeny of heaven and earth. And here we may observe that as this whole world is ample and various, as adumbrating the intellectual order of forms, it contains these two extremities in itself, earth and heaven, the latter having the relation of a father, but the former of a mother. On this account, Plato calls earth the most ancient of the gods within the heavens, in order that conformably to this he might say that earth is the mother of all, that heaven is the father. At the same time evincing that partial causes are not only subordinate to their progeny, as poverty in the banquet of Plato to love, but are likewise superior to them, as alone receiving the offspring proceeding from the fathers. These two extremities therefore must be conceived in the world, heaven as the father and earth as the mother of her common progeny. For all the rest terminate in these, some giving completion to the celestial number, but others to the wholeness of earth. After the same manner likewise, in each of the elements of the world, these two principles, heaven and earth, must be admitted subsisting aerially indeed in air, but aquatically in water, and terrestrially in earth, and according to all the above mentioned modes, in order that each may be a perfect world, adorned and distributed from analogous principles. For if man is said to be a microcosm, is it not necessary that each of the elements, by a much greater priority, should contain in itself appropriately all that the world contains totally? Hence it appears to me that Plato immediately, after speaking about heaven and earth, delivers the theory of these gods, beginning from those two divinities. For the other divinities proceed analogous to heaven and earth. These two divinities, however, are totally the causes of all the gods that are now produced. And these divinities that are the progeny of heaven and earth are analogous to the whole of each. These two likewise, as we have before observed, are in each of the elements aerially or aquatically or terrestrially. For heaven is in earth and earth in heaven, and here indeed heaven subsists terrestrially, but there earth celestially. For Orpheus calls the moon celestial earth. Nor is it proper to wonder that this should be the case, for we may survey the same things everywhere, according to the analogous in intelligibles, in intellectuals, in the supermundane order, in the heavens, and in generation conformably to the proper order of each. With respect, however, to each of these divinities, some of the interpreters of Plato understand by earth this solid bulk, which is the object of sensible inspection; others as that which has an arrangement analogous to matter and is supposed to exist prior to generated natures; others as intelligible matter; others as the power of intellect; others as life; others as an incorporeal form inseparable from earth; others conceive it to be soul; and others intellect. In a similar manner with respect to heaven, some suppose it to be the visible heavens; others the motion about the middle of the universe; others power aptly proceeding in conjunction with motion; others that which possesses intellect; others a pure and separate intellect; others the nature of circulation; others soul; and others intellect. I know likewise that the divine Iamblichus understands by earth everything stable and firm, according to the essence of the mundane gods, and which according to energy and a perpetual circulation comprehends more excellent powers and total lives. But by heaven he understands the total and perfect energy proceeding from the demiurgos, which is full of appropriate power, and subsists about the demiurgos, as being the boundary of itself and of wholes. I know likewise that the admirable Theodorus establishes both these powers in the life which subsists according to habitude. In order, however, that we may avoid erroneous opinions, and may adhere to the most pure conceptions of Iamblichus and the traditions of Syrianus, it is necessary in the first place to recollect that Plato is now speaking of the sublunary gods, that all of them are everywhere, and that they proceed according to the analogy of the intelligible and intellectual kings. And in the second place we must say, that as the first heaven is the boundary of and connectedly contains the intellectual gods, containing the measure which proceeds from the good, and the intelligible gods into the intellectual orders, after the same manner the heaven which is now mentioned by Plato is the boundary and container of the gods, that are the fabricators of generation, comprehending in one bound the demiurgic measure, and also that which proceeds from the celestial gods to those divinities that are allotted the realms of generation, and connecting them with the celestial government of the gods. For as the demiurgos is to the good itself, so is the one divinity of this heaven to the intellectual heaven. Hence, as there, measure and bound proceeds from the good through heaven to all the intellectual gods, so likewise here a bound arrives to the gods, the fabricators of generation, and to the more excellent genera, videre licet, to angels, demons, and heroes, from the demiurgus and the summit of the mundane gods, videre licet, through the connectedly containing medium of this heaven. For the everywhere proceeding heaven is allotted this order in one procession of things indeed unitedly and occultly, but in another manifestly and separately. For in one order it introduces bound to souls, in another to the works of nature, and in another in a different manner to other things. And in air, indeed, it effects this primarily, but in the aquatic orders secondarily, and in earth and terrestrial works in an ultimate degree. But there are also complications of these. For the divine mode of subsistence, and also the demoniacal, are different in the air and in the earth. For in one place the mode is the same in different orders, but in another the mode is different in one allotment. And thus much concerning the power of heaven. And of chapter 28 of book 7. Chapters 29 and 30 of book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. In the next place, directing our attention to earth, we shall derive the whole of the theory concerning her from her first evolution into light. She first becomes manifest therefore in the middle triads of the intellectual gods, together with heaven, who connectedly contains the whole intellectual order. She likewise proceeds analogous to the intelligible earth, which we find to be the first of the intelligible triads. And, as ranking in the vivific orders, she is assimilated to the first infinity. But she is the receiving bosom of the generative deity of heaven, and the middle centre of his paternal goodness. She also reigns together with him, and is the power of him who ranks as a father. The earth, however, which is analogous to her, and presides in the sublunary regions, is, as it were, the prolific power of the heaven pertaining to the realms of generation, unfolding into light his paternal, definitive, measuring, and containing providence, which prolifically extends to all things. She likewise generates all the sublunary infinity, just as heaven, who belongs to the coordination of bound, introduces termination and end to secondary natures. Bound, therefore, and end define the hyparxis of everything according to which gods and demons, souls and bodies are connected and made to be one, imitating the one unity of wholes, or in other words, the ineffable principle of things. But infinity multiplies the powers of every being. For there is much bound in all sublunary natures, and likewise much infinity, which through divinity and after the gods extends to all things. We have, therefore, these two orders which are generative of the divine or demoniacal progressions in all the sublunary genera and elements, and one kingdom of them in the same manner as in the intellectual orders. From these, however, a second duad proceeds, ocean and tethys. This generation not being effected by copulation, nor by any conjunction of things separated, nor by division, nor according to a certain abscission, For all these are foreign from the Gods, but they are accomplished according to one union and indivisible conjunction of powers. And this union theologists are accustomed to call marriage. For marriage, as the theologist Orpheus says, is appropriate to this order. For he calls Earth the first nymph, and the union of her with heaven the first marriage. Since there is no marriage in the divinities that are in the most eminent degree united. Hence there is no marriage between Phanes and Night, who are intelligibly united to each other, and marriage appears on this account to be adapted to the heaven and earth which we are at present considering, so far as they adumbrate the intellectual heaven and earth, which the sacred laws of the Athenians likewise knowing, ordered that the marriages of heaven and earth should be celebrated as preparatory to initiation into the mysteries. Directing their attention to these also, in the Eleusinian mysteries, looking upward to the heavens, they exclaimed, O Son, but looking downward to the earth, O Parent. According to this union, therefore, in conjunction with separation, heaven and earth produce through their goodness ocean and tethys, or rather, they do not immediately produce these, but prior to these two monads, two triads and duple hebdomads, among which are ocean and tethys. And the monads indeed, together with the triads, remain with the Father, but of the hebdomads, ocean together with tethys abide, and at the same time proceed. All the rest, however, proceed into another order of Gods, and this indeed is the mode of their subsistence in the intellectual order. But here Plato entirely omits the causes that abide in the Father, but delivers to us those that proceed, and at the same time abide, because his intention is to speak of the Gods that are the fabricators of generation. To these, however, progression, motion, and difference are adapted, and a co-arrangement of the male with the female, in order that there may be generation, that matter may be adorned with forms, and that difference may be combined with sameness. Hence Plato commences from the duad, proceeds through it, and again returns to it. For the duad is adapted to material natures as well as difference on account of the division of forms about matter. Having mentioned a duad, likewise he begins from earth, for this is more adapted to things pertaining to generation. With respect to these two divinities, however, ocean and tethys, who abide in their causes and at the same time proceed from them, some say that ocean is a corporeal essence, others that it is a swiftly pervading nature, others that it is the motion of a humid essence, others that it is ether through the velocity of its motion, and others that it is the intelligible profundity itself of life. The divine Iamblichus, however, defines it to be the middle motive divine cause, which middle souls, lives and intellections, efficacious natures, and those elements that are pneumatic, such as air and fire, first participate. And, with respect to tethys, some say that it is a humid essence, others that it is a very mutable nature, and others that it is the hilarity of the universe. But the divine Iamblichus asserts it to be a productive power, possessing in energizing and efficacious establishment, the stable intellections of which souls, natures, and powers participate, and which is likewise participated by certain solid receptacles, either of earth or water, which prepare a seat for the elements. We, however, again assuming our principles, say that the causes of these are indeed in the intellectual Gods, and that they are likewise in the sensible universe. For ocean everywhere distinguishes first from second orders, in consequence of which poets do not improperly call it the boundary of the earth. But the ocean, which is now the subject of discussion, is the cause of motion, progression, and power, inserting in intellectual lives indeed acme and prolific abundance, but in souls celerity and vigor, in their energies, and purity in their generations, and in bodies facility of motion, and in the gods indeed it imparts a motive and providential cause, but in angels an enfolding and intellectual celerity and vigor. Again, in demons it is the supplier of efficacious power, but in heroes of a magnificent and flourishing life. It likewise subsists in each of the elements according to its characteristic peculiarity. Hence the aerial ocean is the cause of all the mutation of aerial natures, and of the circle of the meteors, as also Aristotle says. But the aquatic ocean gives subsistence to fertility, facility of motion, and all various powers. For according to the poets, "From this all seas and every river flow." And the terrestrial ocean is the producing cause of generative perfection, of the separation of forms, and of generation and corruption. Whether also there are certain terrestrial orders, vivific and demiurgic, it is the source of their distinction; or whether there are powers connective of the productive principles of the earth, and the inspective guardians of generation, these also it excites and multiplies and calls into motion. With respect to Tethys, as the name indeed evinces, she is the most ancient, and the progenitor of the gods, in the same manner as it is fit to acknowledge of the mother Rhea. For theologists denominate another goddess prior to her Maia. Thus Orpheus, "Maia, of gods supreme, immortal night, what mean you, say?" But according to the etymology of Plato, she is a certain fontal deity. For the undefiled and pure and that which percolates are signified through her name. For since ocean produces all things and is the source of all motions, whence also it is called the generation of the gods, Tethys separates the unical cause of his motions into primary and secondary motions. Hence Plato says that she derives her appellation from leaping and percolating. For these are separative names, in the same manner as he says in the Sophista, "Ta xainein kai kerkisdein," to card and to separate threads in weaving with a shuttle. Ocean therefore generating all motion collectively, whether divine or intellectual, or psychical or physical. Tethys separating both internal and external motions is so called from causing material motions to leap and be percolated from such as are immaterial. Hence the separating characteristic is adapted to the female, and the unical to the male. Plato therefore would assert such peculiarities as these of ocean and Tethys, and does assert them in the Cratylus. But according to the divine Iamblichus, Tethys must be defined to be the supplier of position and firm establishment. From all that has been said, however, it may be summarily asserted that Tethys is the cause of permanency, and a firm establishment of things in herself, separating them from the motions that proceed externally. In short, ocean is the cause of all motion, intellectual, psychical, and physical to all secondary natures. But Tethys is the cause of all the separation of the streams proceeding from ocean, imparting to each a proper purity in the motion adapted to it by nature, through which each, though it may move itself, or though it may move other things, yet moves in a transcendent manner. But theologists manifest that ocean is the supplier of all motion, when they say that he sends forth 10 streams, 9 of which proceed into the sea, because it is necessary that of motions 9 should be corporeal, but that there should be one alone of the essence, which is separate from bodies, as we are informed by Plato in the Laws. Footnote: Plato, in the 10th book of the Laws, distinguishes the genus of motions into 10 species. Videre licet, circulation about an immovable center, local transition, condensation, rarefaction, increase, decrease, generation, corruption, mutation or alteration, produced in another by another, and a mutation produced from a thing itself, both in itself and in another. This last is the motion of an essence separate from bodies, and is the motion of soul. Such divine natures, therefore, as the mighty ocean generates, these he excites to motion, and renders them efficacious. But Tethys distinguishes these, preserving generative causes pure from their progeny, and establishing them in energies more ancient than those that proceed into the external world. And thus much concerning each of these divinities, Ocean and Tethys. Since, however, as we have said, the generation of these is from the prior divinities, heaven and earth, but is not affected either by a copulation, such as that which is in sensibles, nor according to such a union as that of Night and Phanes in intelligibles, it very properly follows that their progeny are separated from each other analogously to their parents, and that each receives a similitude to both. For Ocean, indeed, as being the male, is assimilated to the paternal cause, heaven, but as the supplier of motion to the maternal cause, earth, who is the cause of progressions. And Tethys, indeed, as the female, is assimilated to the prolific cause, but as producing a firm establishment of her progeny in their proper lives, she is assimilated to the fabricating cause. For the male is analogous to the monadic, but the female to the dyadic, and the stable is adapted to the former, but the motive to the latter. A duad, therefore, proceeding from a duad, and being assimilated according to the whole of itself to the duad which is generative of it, defines and distinguishes the causes of itself, and all the number posterior to itself, in order that everywhere we may ascribe that which defines and separates to the order of Ocean and Tethys. Chapter 30. In the next place Plato says, quote, that from Ocean and Tethys, Phorcys, Saturn, and Rhea, and such as subsist together with these, were produced. Close quote. The theory of which divinities is as follows. In the former progeny, a duad, generative and motive, was produced from a terminating and definitive duad, videre licet, Ocean and Tethys, from heaven and earth. But in the second progeny, a multitude, converted to its causes through the triad, is generated from the duad, indicating likewise an all-perfect progression. For this multitude also is divided into the analogous to bound, and the coordinate to infinity. For the triad is the bound in this multitude, but the nameless number is the infinity in it. And of the triad itself, likewise, one thing is analogous to the monad and bound, but another to the duad and infinity. And in the former progression, indeed, the progeny alone proceeding according to bound and the intellectual. But in this there is also a mixture of the indefinite. But after the boundary from the triad, Plato adds, quote, and such as subsist together with these, close quote, indicating the entire progression and separation of these triple orders, so that the progeny of this progression is triadic through the peculiarity of conversion, and dyadic through the intervention of the infinite and indefinite. Since, however, these differ according to their intellectual causes, in the same manner as the before mentioned orders, but in them Ocean and Tethys were said to be the brethren, and not the fathers of Saturn and Rhea, for the progression to these was from heaven and earth, and all the Titanic order is thence derived. Let us see on what account Plato here gives subsistence to Phorcys, Saturn, and Rhea, from Ocean and Tethys. For he may appear to say this not conformably to the Orphic principles, for "Earth latently bore from heaven, as the theologist says, 7 pure, beautiful virgins with rolling eyes, and 7 sons that were kings, with fine long hair, and the daughters indeed were Themis, and the joyful Tethys, Mnemosyne with thick curled hair, and the blessed Thea. She likewise bore Dione, having a very graceful form, and Phoebe, and Rhea, the mother of King Jupiter. But the venerable Earth brought forth those celestial youths who are called by the appellation of Titans, because they revenged the mighty starry heaven. And she also bore Caius, the great Crius, and the strong Phorcys, and likewise Saturn and Ocean, Hyperion and Iapetus." These things then having been written by the theologist prior to Plato, how is it that Timaeus produces Saturn and Rhea from Ocean and Tethys? In answer to this, as we have before arranged Ocean and Tethys above Saturn and Rhea, as being the media between these and the fathers, and guardians of the boundaries of both, as it is usual to celebrate them, we must say in the first place indeed, that it is not wonderful that the same divinities should be brothers, and yet through transcendency of dignity should be called the fathers of certain gods. For such things as are first, when they proceed from their causes, produce in conjunction with those causes the natures posterior to themselves. Thus all souls indeed are sisters, according to one demiurgic cause, and according to the vivific principle and fountain from which they proceed. At the same time divine souls produce partial souls together with the demiurgos and vivific causes, in consequence of first proceeding into light, and abiding in their wholeness, receiving the power of fabricating natures similar to themselves. Besides, in the gods themselves, all the offspring of Saturn are brethren, according to the one generative monad by which they were produced. Yet at the same time Jupiter is called father in the divine poet Homer, both by Juno and Neptune. So that it is not at all wonderful if Ocean and Tethys are called both brethren and fathers of Saturn and Rhea, in consequence of preserving as among brethren the paternal peculiarity. In the first place, therefore, the doubt may after this manner be solved. In the next place, it may be said that of the divine Titanic hebdomades, Ocean indeed both abides and proceeds, uniting himself to his father and not departing from his kingdom. But all the rest, rejoicing in progression, are said to have given completion to the will of Earth, but to have assaulted their father, dividing themselves from his kingdom and proceeding into another order. Or rather, of all the celestial genera, some alone abide in their principles as the 2 first triads. For as soon as heaven understood that they had an implacable heart and a lawless nature, he hurled them into Tartarus, the profundity of the earth, says Orpheus. He concealed them therefore in the unapparent, through transcendency of power. But others both abide in and proceed from their principles, as Ocean and Tethys. For when the other Titans proceeded to assault their father heaven, Ocean prohibited them from obeying the mandates of their mother, being dubious of their rectitude. He therefore abides, and at the same time proceeds together with Tethys, for she is conjoined with him according to the first progeny. But the other Titans are induced to separation and progression, and the leader of these is the mighty Saturn, as the theologist says, though he evinces that Saturn is superior to Ocean by saying that Saturn himself received the celestial Olympus, and that there being throned he reigns over the Titans, but that Ocean obtained all the middle allotment, for he says that he dwells in the divine streams, which are posterior to Olympus, and that he environs the heaven which is there, and not the highest heaven, but as the fable says, that which fell from Olympus and was there arranged. Ocean and Tethys, therefore, so far as they abide and are united to heaven, produce in conjunction with him the kingdom of Saturn and Rhea, and so far as they are established in the first power of their mother, so far they produce forces in conjunction with her, for she produces him together with Nereus and Thaumas, from being mingled through love with the sea. For Phorcys is not celestial, but ocean, as is evident from the Theogony. And so far as Tethys is full of earth, so far being as it were a certain earth, she may be said to produce this Phorcys in conjunction with ocean, so far as ocean also comprehends the intelligible in himself. Hence Tethys, so far as she is earth according to participation, and ocean, so far as he is causally the sea, gives subsistence in conjunction with Saturn and Rhea to this god. If, however, any arguments should demonstrate that in the intellectual order Saturn is above ocean, or Rhea above Tethys, it must be said that this arrangement is indeed there. For in that order the causes of intellection are superior to those of motion, but that here, on the contrary, all things are in mutation and a flowing condition, so that here ocean is very properly prior to Saturn, since it is the fountain of motion, and Tethys is prior to Rhea. Hence, after another manner, the doubt may be thus solved. That we may speak, however, about each of these gods, Theodorus refers souls that subsist in habitude to these divinities, and arranges them as presiding over the three divisions of the world. And Phorcys indeed he arranges in the starless sphere, as moving the lation of the universe. He ought, however, to persuade us that Plato was acquainted with a certain starless sphere, and afterwards that he thus arranged Phorcys in this sphere. But he places Saturn over the motions of the stars, because time is from these, and the generations and corruptions of these. And he places Rhea over the material part of the world, because by materiality she has a redundancy with respect to the divinities prior to herself. But the divine Iamblichus arranges them in the three spheres between the heavens and the earth. For some of the sublunary deities give a twofold division to the sublunary region, but these divide it in a threefold manner, and Phorcys indeed, according to him, presides over the whole of a humid essence, containing all of it impartibly. But Rhea is a divinity connective of flowing and aerial formed spirits, and Saturn governs the highest and most attenuated sphere of ether, having a middle arrangement according to Plato, because the middle and the centre in incorporeal essences have a greater authority than the powers situated about the middle. We indeed admire this intellectual explanation of Iamblichus, but we think it proper to survey these gods everywhere, both in all the elements and all orders. For thus we shall behold that which is common in them, and which extends to all things. And we say indeed that Phorcys is the inspective guardian of every spermatic essence, and of physical, and as it were spermatic productive principles, as being pregnant with, and the cause of generation. For there are spermatic productive principles in each of the elements, and different orders of gods and demons preside over them, all which Plato comprehends through Phorcys. But King Saturn divides forms and productive principles, and produces more total into more partial powers. Hence he is not only an animal, but pedestrious, aquatic, and a bird. And he is not only pedestrious, but likewise man and horse. For the productive principles in him are more partial than in the celestial deities. Among the intellectual gods, therefore, he is allotted this power, videre licet, to multiply and divide intelligibles. Hence he is the leader of the Titans, as being especially characterized by the dividing peculiarity. Again, we say that Rhea receives the unapparent powers of King Saturn, leads them forth to secondary natures, and excites the paternal powers to the fabrication of visible objects. For thus also her first order is moved, is filled with power and life, and produces into that which is apparent the causes that abide in Saturn. Hence Saturn is everywhere the supplier of intellectual forms. Rhea is the cause of all souls and of every kind of life, and forces is prolific with physical productive principles. Since, however, another number of gods pertains to the kingdom of these, and which Saturn and Rhea comprehend, on this account Plato adds, "and such as subsist together with these," for he not only through this comprehends demons, as some say, but both the angelic and the demoniacal Saturn have with themselves a multitude, the one angelic, but the other demoniacal. And the multitude which is in the gods is divine, that which is in the air is aerial, and in a similar manner in the other elements, and in the other more excellent genera arranged under these gods. By the words also, "such as subsist together with these," Plato appears to signify the remaining Titans, videre licet, Caius, and Hyperion, Crius, Aptus, and likewise the remaining Titanidae, videre licet, Phoebe, Thea, Mnemosyne, Themis, and Dione, with whom Saturn and Rhea proceeded into light. Also those that proceeded together with Phorcys, videre licet, Nereus, and Thaumas, the most motive Eurybia, and those who especially contain and connect the whole of generation. Moreover, it is worthwhile to observe that it is not proper to discuss accurately the arrangement in these divinities, and whether Saturn or Phorcys is the superior deity, for they are united and similar to each other. But if it be requisite to make a division, it is better to adopt the arrangement of the divine Iamblichus, videre licet, that Saturn is a monad, but Rhea a certain duad calling forth the powers that are in Saturn, and that Phorcys gives perfection to their progression. End of chapter 30. Chapters 31 to 33 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. It now remains that we direct our attention to the other kings who produce the apparent sublunary order of things, for such is the arrangement which they are allotted. Plato adds, therefore, that from Saturn and Rhea, Jupiter, Juno, and all such as we know are called the brethren of these descended. This is the third progression of the gods, who are the fabricators of generation, but the fourth order, closing as a tetrad the nomination of the leading gods, for the tetrad is comprehensive of the divine orders. But as a duad, this progression is assimilated to the first kingdom, because that, as well as this, is dyadic. There are, however, present with it the all-perfect according to progression, and the uncircumscribed according to number. But Plato here not only adds the words, "such as," as in the progression prior to it, but likewise the word "all," that he may indicate the progression of them to everything. For we use the term ta oson, such as in speaking of things united, but the term ta pantas, all, in speaking of things now divided and multiplied. The total ta olikon likewise pertains to this progression. For the gods which are denominated in it, and those that proceed every where together with them, are characterized according to this form of fabrication. For all demiurgi are total, Who therefore are they, and what kind of order do they possess? The divine Iamblichus then asserts that Jupiter is the perfecter of all generation, but that Juno is the cause of power, connection, plenitude, and life to all things, and that the brethren of them are those that communicate with them in the fabrication of generation, being also themselves intellects, and receiving a completion according to a perfection and power similar to them. But Theodorus, again, dividing the life which animates the total in habitude, and forming it as he is accustomed to do into triads, calls Jupiter the power that governs the upper region as far as to the air, but Juno the power who is allotted the aerial part of the world, and the brethren of them those that give completion to the remaining parts. For Jupiter is the essential of the soul that subsists in a material habit, because there is nothing more vital than essence. But Juno is the intellectual part of such a soul, because the natures on the earth are governed by the productive principles proceeding from the air, and the other number is the psychical distributed into particulars. We, however, consequently to what has been before asserted, say that according to Plato there are many orders of Jupiter. For one is the Demiurgus, as it is written in the Cratylus. Another is the first of the Saturnian triad, as it is asserted in the Gorgias. Another is the liberated, as it is delivered in the Phaedrus. And another is the celestial, whether in the inerratic sphere or among the planets. Moreover, as the first Jupiter produced into the visible fabrication the power of his father, which was concealed in the unapparent, being excited to this by his mother Rhea, after the same manner the Jupiter delivered here, who is the fabricator of generation, causes the unapparent divisions and separations of forms made by Saturn to become apparent, but Rhea calls them forth into motion and generation, and Forces inserts them in matter, produces sensible natures, and adorns the visible essence, in order that there may not only be divisions of productive principles in natures, and in souls, and in intellectual essences prior to these, but likewise in sensibles. For this is the peculiarity of fabrication. And if it be requisite to speak what appears to me to be the truth, Saturn indeed produces intellectual sections, but Rhea such as are psychical, and Forces such as are physical. For all spermatic productive principles are under nature, but Jupiter, adorning sensible and visible sections, gives a specific distinction to such beings in the sublunary region as are totally vital, and causes them to be moved. Since, however, these sensible forms which are generated and perfected are multiformly evolved, being moved and changed according to all various evolutions, on this account the Queen Juno is conjoined with Jupiter, giving perfection to this motion of visible natures, and to the evolution of forms. Hence, fables represent her as at one time sending mania to certain persons, but ordering others to undergo severe labors, in order that through intellect being present with all things, and partial souls energizing divinely both theoretically and practically, every progression and all the generation of the sublunary region may obtain complete perfection. Such, therefore, being the nature of this nuad, there are also other demiurgic powers, which triply divide the apparent world of generation, one of these being allotted the government of air, another that of water, and another that of earth, conformably to demiurgic allotments. Hence they are said to be the brothers of these, because they also preside over the visible fabrication. And farther still, there are others, the progeny of these, which is the last progression of the divinities mentioned in this place by Plato. Hence they are delivered anonymously, Plato by this indicating the diminution of it as far as to the last division. For as in the Gods that are above the world, the partible proceeds from the total fabrication, and the series of kings terminates in this, after the same manner also among the sublunary Gods, the progeny of Jupiter proceed from the Jovian order, among which progeny likewise is the choir of partible fabrication. For the before mentioned demiurgi producing sensibles totally, it is necessary that those deities should have a subsistence, who distribute different powers and peculiarities to different natures, and divide the sublunary generation into multitude. Hence Plato alone denominates them others, and does not employ the expressions such as and all, because they associate with all various diversity. With respect therefore to this Ennead of Gods, heaven terminates, earth corroborates, and ocean moves all generation. But Tethys establishes everything in its proper motion, intellectual essences in intellectual, middle essences in psychical, and such as are corporeal in physical motion. Ocean at the same time collectively moving all things, Saturn alone divides intellectually. Rhea vivifies. Phorcys distributes spermatic productive principles. Jupiter perfects things apparent from such as are unapparent, and Juno evolves according to the all various mutations of visible natures. And thus, through this Ennead, all the sublunary world derives its completion, and is fitly arranged, divinely indeed from the Gods, but angelically, as we say, from angels, and demoniacally from demons. The Gods indeed subsisting about bodies, souls, and intellects, but angels exhibiting their providence about souls and bodies, and demons being distributed about the fabrication of nature and the providential care of bodies. But again, the number of the Ennead is adapted to generation, for it proceeds from the monad as far as to the extremities without retrogression, which is the peculiarity of generation. For reasons, i.e. productive principles, fall into matter, and are unable to convert themselves to the principles of their existence. Moreover, the duad is triadic, for three dyadic orders were assumed, videre licet, heaven and earth, ocean and Tethys, Jupiter and Juno, and this last duad ranks as the fourth progression because prior to it is the triad, Phorcys, Saturn, and Rhea, which manifests the complication here of the perfect and the imperfect, and of bound with infinity. For all celestial natures are definite, and as Aristotle says, are always in the end. But things in generation proceed from the imperfect to the perfect, and receive the same boundary indefinitely. Besides this, the tetrad arising from the generation of these divinities is adapted to the orders of the fabricators of the sublunary region, in order that they may contain multitude unitedly, and the partible impartibly, and also to the natures that exist in generation. For the sublunary elements are four, the seasons according to which generation is evolved are four, and the centres are four. And in short, there is an abundant dominion of the tetrad in generation. Why, however, it may be said, does Plato comprehend all the multitude of the Gods that fabricate generation in this Ennead? I answer, because this Ennead gives completion to all the fabrication of generation. For in the sublunary realms there are bodies and natures, souls and intellects, and this both totally and partially, and all these are in both respects in each of the elements. This Ennead in each of the elements is as follows: videre licet, total and partial bodies, total and partial natures, total and partial souls, and total and partial intellects, and the monad which contains these, videre licet, the elementary sphere itself, because wholes and parts are consubsistent with each other. Heaven and earth, however, generate the unapparent essences of these, i.e. of wholes and parts, the former indeed according to union, but the latter according to multiplication, and the former according to bound, but the latter according to infinity, being the leaders of essence to all things. But ocean and tethys give perfection to both the common and divided motion of them. There is, however, a different motion of different things, vide licet, of total intellect, of total soul, and of total nature, and in a similar manner in such of these as are partial. The sublunary wholes, therefore, being thus adorned and distributed, Saturn indeed divides partial from total natures, but intellectually. Rhea calls forth this division from intellectuals into all various progressions, as far as to the last forms of life, being a vivific deity. But forces produces the titanic separation to physical productive principles. After these three are the fathers of composite natures, and Jupiter indeed adorns sensibles totally, according to an imitation of heaven. For the Jupiter in the intellectual order proceeds analogous to the intellectual heaven in the royal series, but Juno moves wholes, fills them with powers, and evolves according to every progression, and the gods posterior to these fabricate the partial works of sensibles, some according to one, but others according to another peculiarity, either demiurgic or vivific, or perfective or connective, being evolved and dividing themselves as far as to the last of things, analogously to the Saturnian order. For the dividing peculiarity originates from the Saturnian dominion. Chapter 32. In the last place, let us consider why Plato denominates the sublunary deities, quote, such as become apparent when they please. Close quote. Shall we say it is because these material elements are hurled forth before them as veils of the splendor of the ethereal vehicles which are proximately suspended from them? For it is evident that being mundane, they must also necessarily have a mundane starry vehicle. The light of them, however, shines forth to the view when they are about to benefit the places that receive their illumination. But if Plato says that they become visible when they please, it is necessary that this appearance of them should either be an evolution into light of the incorporeal powers which they contain, or of the bodies which are entirely spread under them. But if it is an evolution of their incorporeal powers, this is also common to the visible gods. For they are not always apparent by their incorporeal powers, but only sometimes and when they please. It is not proper therefore to divide the sublunary oppositely to the visible gods, according to that which is common to both, but so far as they have entirely something peculiar. But if they produce a luminous evolution of certain bodies when they please, they must necessarily use other bodies prior to these material elements, and which then become visible to us, when it seems fit to the powers that use them. Hence other bodies more divine than such as are apparent are spread under the invisible gods, and according to these they are said to be and are mundane. Through these also as media they ride in and govern these elements, for they impart to them as much of themselves as they are able to receive, and contain the forms and the natures of them in their powers. For since no one of these is an object of sense, and it is necessary that the vehicles of rational souls should be things of this kind, it is evident that they must use other vehicles prior to these visible bodies. With respect, however, to all the gods that govern generation, we must not say that they have an essence mingled with matter, as the Stoics assert they have. For nothing which verges to matter is able to govern with intellect and wisdom, nor is properly a producing cause, but an organ of something else. Nor must we say that they have an essence unmingled with matter, but powers and energies mingled with it, as Numenius and his followers assert. For the energies of the Gods concur with their essences, and their inward subsist prior to their externally proceeding energies, since a partial soul also, prior to the life which is inserted in the animal suspended from it, contains a more principal life in itself, and prior to the externally proceeding motion through which it moves other things, it is moved with a motion converted to itself. The sublunary Gods, therefore, are entirely unmingled with matter, adorning indeed things mingled in an unmingled, and things generated in an unbegotten manner. They likewise contain particles impartibly, are the causes of life, the suppliers of intellect, the replenishers of power, the givers of soul, the primary leaders of all good, and the sources of order, providence, and the best administration. They also give subsistence to more excellent animals about themselves, are the leaders of angels, the rulers of demons, and the prefects of heroes, governing through this triple army the whole of generation. If therefore we assert that the appropriate order of these divinities about generation is the basis and seat of the total Gods, we shall speak rightly, and we shall likewise not err in asserting that they convolve the end of the divine decrement to the beginning. Such then being the nature of these divinities, Plato indeed, looking to the Gods that are both intelligible and intellectual, and to those that are properly called intellectual, surveyed for progressions of them in common. But they also contain powers derived from the supermundane Gods, whether they proceed from the 12 leaders or from certain other deities. From the celestial choir of Gods likewise, a certain order proceeds into generation, which, as the divine Iamblichus says, is doubled in its progression. For from the 21 leaders, 42 governments of Gods, who are the fabricators of generation, are derived according to each elementary allotment. But from the 36 decadarchs, 72 sublunary rulers proceed, and in a similar manner other Gods, being the double of the celestial Gods in multitude, but falling short of them in power. It is likewise necessary to survey their triple progressions, their quintuple divisions, and their divine generation according to the hebdomad. For they receive an orderly distribution in a threefold, fivefold, and sevenfold manner analogous to the whole world, in order that each of the elements may be a world, and may be truly an imitation of the universe. Such therefore is the concise doctrine concerning the sublunary Gods, according to twofold essences, lives, and allotments, just as Plato also makes the ruling progeny of them to be dyadic. Chapter 33. Having therefore discussed the theory pertaining to the celestial and sublunary Gods, it now remains that we ascend to the summit or monad of all the mundane Gods, Bacchus, in whose divinity they all subsist and are rooted, similarly to the fixed stars in the inerratic sphere. For after this manner every monad analogously contains its coordinate multitude. Bacchus, therefore, is the mundane intellect, from which the soul and body of the world are suspended. With respect, however, to intellect, it is necessary to observe that one kind is imparticipable and total, another is participable indeed, but essentially so, and a third is participable and subsists as a habit. All intellects unconnected with soul belong to the first kind. The mundane intellect and the intellects of all the mundane Gods and beneficent demons rank in the second division, and to the third class such intellects as ours belong. This deity also is the monad of the Titans, or ultimate fabricators of things, by whom he is said in divine fables to have been torn in pieces, because the mundane soul, which participates of this divinity, and is on this account intellectual, is participated by the Titans, and through them distributed into every part of the universe. Plato, in the Cratylus, says of this divinity, "that he is the giver of wine, and that oinos, wine, may most justly be denominated oianus, because it is accustomed to deprive those of intellect who possessed it before." On which words Proclus in his manuscript Scholia on that dialogue observes as follows: "The young man Cratylus appears to inquire about our sovereign master Bacchus, as if it were about things of small importance, and on this account he is silenced by Socrates. And he does not indeed pay attention to the occult, but only to the last and mundane progressions of the gods. These indeed the wise man venerates, though, as he says, they are sports, through these gods, Bacchus and Venus, being lovers of sport. For, as he says of the terminations of the other gods, that they are terrible, and that they avenge and punish, and thus give perfection to souls, as for instance that justice follows Jupiter, the avenger of the divine law, and that this divinity is benevolent to those whose manners are orderly, and who live according to intellect, but that she is baneful to those who mingle their life with insolence and ignorance, till she has entirely subverted them, their houses and cities. In like manner he venerates the terminations of Bacchus and Venus, which produce glaucothumia, sweetness of sensation, everywhere purifying our conceptions concerning the gods, and preparing us to understand that all things look to the best end, whatever it may be. For because the terminations of these divinities strengthen the infirmity of the mortal nature and alleviate corporeal molestation, on this account the gods, the causes of these things, are philopaigmones, lovers of sport. Hence of statues they make some of them laughing and dancing, and exhibiting relaxation, but others austere, astonishing and terrible to the view, analogously to the mundane allotments of the gods. But theologists frequently call Bacchus wine, from the last of his gifts, as for instance Orpheus. Oinu panta melae cosmo labe, kai moi eneke. Id est, take all the members of wine that are distributed in the world, and bring them to me. If however the god is thus denominated, certainly his first and middle energies will be thus called, as well as his last. So that Socrates, now looking to this, calls the god the Dionysus, beginning from wine, which, as we have said, manifests all the powers of Bacchus. Thus also in the Phaedrus, Socrates calls love in common great, both that which is divine and that which is a lover of body. By this epithet wine, therefore, we must understand that the peculiarity of a partial intellect is in common presented to our view. For the word oion, such as, is nothing else than intellectual form separated from a total intellect, and in consequence of this becoming participated, particular and alone. For in all perfect intellect is all things, and energizes according to all things, with invariable sameness. But a partial and participated intellect is indeed all things, but this according to one form, such as a solar, lunar, or mercurial form. This, therefore, the peculiarity of which is to be separated from the rest, wine indicates, signifying an intellect such as, and particular. Saimenon ton, oion, kai, tina, nun. Since, therefore, every partial fabrication is suspended from the Dionysiacal or Bacchic monad, which distributes participated mundane intellects from total intellect, or that intellect which ranks as a whole, many souls from one soul, and all sensible forms from their proper wholenesses. On this account, theologists call both this God and all his fabrications wine. For all these are the progeny of intellect, and some things participate of the partial distribution of intellect in a more distant, but others in a nearer degree. Wine therefore energizes in things analogous to its subsistence in them. In body, indeed, after the manner of an image, according to a false opinion and imagination, but in intellectual natures, according to an intellectual energy and fabrication. For, in the laceration of Bacchus by the Titans, the heart of the god is said to have alone remained undistributed, i.e., the indivisible or impartible essence of intellect. With respect to the mundane soul, which is the immediate participant of this Bacchic intellect, the composition of it is most accurately delivered by Plato in the Timaeus, and admirably unfolded by Proclus in his commentaries on that dialogue. For full information, therefore, on this subject, I refer the reader to those works, and shall only summarily observe at present that there are 5 genera of being, from which all things after the first being are composed, videre licet, essence, permanency, motion, sameness, and difference. For everything must possess essence, must abide in its cause, from which also it must proceed, and to which it must be converted, must be the same with itself in certain other natures, and at the same time different from others, and distinguished in itself. But Plato, for the sake of brevity, assumes only 3 of these in the composition of the mundane soul, videre licet, essence, sameness, and difference. For the other 2 must necessarily subsist in conjunction with these. When therefore Plato says, quote, that from an essence impartible and always subsisting according to sameness of being, and from a nature divisible about bodies, the demiurgus mingled from both a 3rd form of essence, having a middle subsistence between the 2. Close quote. By the impartible essence he means intellect, and by the nature which is divisible about bodies a corporeal life. Hence the mundane soul is a medium between the mundane intellect and the whole of that corporeal life which the world participates. We must not, however, suppose that when the soul is said to be mingled from these 2, the indivisible and divisible natures are consumed in the mixture, as is the case when corporeal substances are mingled together. But we must understand that the soul is of a middle nature between these, so as to be different from each, and yet a participant of each. In short, the intellect participated by soul is called by Plato impartible, but the nature which is divisible about bodies is the corporeal formed life proceeding from the mundane soul, and which has the relation of splendor to it. For intellect is analogous to the sun, soul to the light proceeding from the sun, and a divisible life to the splendor proceeding from light. Proclus observes on the above cited words of Plato that they are conformable to the Orphic traditions. Quote, for, says he, Orpheus does not predicate the impartible of every intelligible or intellectual order, but according to him there are certain natures superior to this appellation, in the same manner as others are superior to other names. For king and father are not adapted to all the divine orders. Where, therefore, according to Orpheus, shall we first survey the impartible, in order that we may understand the divine conception of Plato? Orpheus, therefore, establishes one demiurgus of every divisible fabrication, analogous to the one Father who generates the total fabrication, and from him produces the whole intellectual mundane multitude, the number of souls and corporeal compositions. And this one demiurgus indeed, i.e. Bacchus, generates all these unitedly. But the gods that surround him divide and separate his fabrications. Orpheus, however, says that all his other fabrications were distributed into parts by the gods, whose characteristic is of a dividing nature, but that his heart alone was preserved impartible through the providence of Minerva. For since he gives subsistence to intellects, souls, and bodies, but souls and bodies indeed receive in themselves an abundant division and distribution into parts, intellect remaining united and indivisible, being all things in one, and comprehending total intelligibles in one intellection. This being the case, he says that the intellectual essence alone, and the intellectual number, was saved entire by Minerva. For, says he, quote, "The intellectual heart alone was left," close quote, directly calling it intellectual. If, therefore, the impartible heart is intellectual, it will evidently be intellect, and an intellectual number. Not indeed every intellect, but the mundane. For this is the impartible heart, since the divided God was also the fabricator of this. Orpheus, therefore, calls the impartible essence of Bacchus intellect, but he denominates the life which is divisible about body, which is physical and pregnant with seeds, the genitals of the god. And he says that Diana, who presides over all the generation in nature, and is the midwife of physical productive principles, extends these genitals, distributing as far as to subterranean natures the prolific power of the god. But all the remaining body of Bacchus was, he says, the psychical essence, this also being divided into 7 parts. For they divided all the 7 parts of the boy, says the theologist speaking of the Titans, just as Timaeus divides the soul into 7 parts. And perhaps Timaeus, when he says that soul is extended through the whole world, will remind the followers of Orpheus of the Titanic division, through which soul is not only spread round the universe like a veil, but is also extended through it. Very properly, therefore, does Plato call the essence which is proximately above soul an impartible essence. And in short, he thus denominates the intellect which is participated by soul, following the Orphic fables, and wishing to be, as it were, an interpreter of what is said in the mysteries. Close quote. And thus much concerning Bacchus, or the monad of the mundane gods. End of chapter 33. Chapters 34 and 35 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. In the next place, let us direct our attention to the Parmenides of Plato, and see how, in that most theological dialogue, the mundane gods are characterized. In the first hypothesis, therefore, of that dialogue, in which all the divine orders are denied of the One, Parmenides characterizes the mundane gods by the equal and the unequal as follows. Quote, "But since the One is such, it will neither be equal nor unequal either to itself or to another." How so? If it were equal indeed, it would be of the same measures with that to which it is equal. Certainly. But that which is greater or less than the things with which it is commensurate will possess more measures than the less quantities, but fewer than the greater? Certainly. But to those to which it is incommensurable, with respect to the one part, it will consist of less, and with respect to the other, of greater measures? How should it not? Is it not therefore impossible that a thing which does not participate of same should either be of the same measures, or admit anything in any respect the same? It is impossible. It will therefore neither be equal to itself nor to another if it does not consist of the same measures? It does not appear that it will. But if it consists of more or fewer measures, it will be of as many parts as there are measures, and so again it will no longer be the one, but as many as there are measures? Right. But if it should be of one measure, it would become equal to that measure? It has, however, appeared that the one cannot be equal to anything. It has appeared so. The one, therefore, neither participates of one measure, nor of many, nor of a few, nor, since it in no respect participates of same, can it ever, as it appears, be equal to itself or to another, nor again greater or less either than itself or another. It is in every respect so. Close quote. As the commentary of Proclus on the second hypothesis of the Parmenides, in which the equal and the unequal are affirmed of the one, is lost, and in which I have no doubt the properties of the mundane gods were most fully unfolded, I shall present the reader with the following extract from his commentary on the above passage in the Parmenides of Plato. The peculiarity of the mundane gods is the equal and the unequal, the former of these indicating their fullness, and their receiving neither any addition nor oblation, for such is that which is equal to itself, always preserving the same boundary. But the latter, the multitude of their powers, and the excess and defect which they contain. For in these divisions, variety of powers, differences of progressions, analogies, and bonds through these, are, according to ancient theologists, especially allotted a place. Hence, Timaeus also constitutes souls through analogy, the causes of which must necessarily presubsist in the gods that proximately preside over souls. And, as all analogies subsist from equality, Plato very properly indicates the peculiarity of these divinities by the equal and the unequal. But he now rightly frames the demonstrations of the negations of the equal and the unequal from sameness and the many, and not from the similar and the dissimilar, though immediately before he spoke of these. For every mundane deity proceeds from the demiurgic monad, and the first multitude which he denies of the one. Of this then we must be entirely persuaded, that the things of which demonstrations consist are the preceding causes of the particulars about which Parmenides discourses, so that the equal and the unequal, so far as they proceed from the one, and subsist through sameness and the many, so far through these they are denied of the one. Hence Plato thus begins his discussion of them. Quote, "But since it, videre licet the one, is such," close quote, id est, not as we have just now demonstrated, but as was formerly shown, that it neither receives same nor different, and is without multitude. Being such, it is neither equal nor unequal, neither to itself nor to others. For again, there are here twofold conclusions in the same manner as concerning the similar and the dissimilar, and the same and the different. But that the equal and the unequal are suspended from the twofold coordinations of divine natures is not immanifest. For the equal is arranged under the similar, and the same subsistence in another, the round, and the whole, but the unequal under the dissimilar, the different, subsistence in itself, the straight, and the possession of parts. And again, of these the former are suspended from bound, but the latter from infinity. Plato also appears to produce the discourse through certain oppositions, as it were, that he may show that the one is above all opposition. For the one cannot be the worse of the two opposites, since this would be absurd. Nor can it be the better of the two, since in this case it would not be the cause of all things. For the better opposite is not the cause of the worse, but in a certain respect communicates with it, without being properly its cause. For neither does sameness give subsistence to difference, nor permanency to motion, but comprehension and union pervade from the better to the worse. It is, however, by no means wonderful that the demonstrations of the equal and the unequal, which are here assumed as symbols of mundane deity, should be adapted to physical and mathematical equals, to the equals in the reasons of soul, and to those in intellectual forms. For it is necessary that demonstrations in all these negations should begin supernally, and should extend through all secondary natures, that they may show that the one of the gods is exempt from intellectual, psychical, mathematical, and physical forms. All such axioms, therefore, as are now assumed concerning things equal and unequal, must be adapted to this order of gods. Hence, as it contains many powers, some of which are coordinate with each other and extend themselves to the self-perfect and the good, but others differ according to transcendency and subjection, the former must be said to be characterized by equality, but the latter by inequality. For the good is the measure of everything, and hence such things as are united by the same good are measured by the same measure, and are equal to each other. But things which are uncoordinated with each other make their progression according to the unequal. Since, however, of things unequal, some are commensurate and others incommensurate, it is evident that these also must be adapted to divine natures. Hence, commensuration must be referred to those gods, through whom secondary natures are mingled with those prior to them, and participate of the whole of more excellent beings. For thus, in things commensurate, the less is willing to have a common measure with the greater, the same thing measuring the whole of each. But incommensuration must be ascribed to those divinities from whom things subordinate, through the exempt transcendency of more excellent natures, participate of them in a certain respect, but are incapable through their subjection of being conjoined with the whole of them. For the communion proceeding from first to partial and multifarious natures is incommensurate to the latter. If indeed the equal and the unequal are symbols of the mundane gods, the commensurate and the incommensurate are here very properly introduced. For in things incorporeal and immaterial, this opposition has no place, all things being there effable. But where there is a material subject and a mixture of form, and something formless, there an opposition of commensuration very properly subsists. Hence, as the mundane gods are proximately connective of souls and bodies, form and matter, a division appears in them according to the equal and the unequal. Chapter 35. After the mundane gods, the scientific order of discussion requires that we should consider divine souls, and the triple genera of natures more excellent than man, videre licet, angels, demons, and heroes. Previous, however, to this, that I may as much as possible unfold to the reader the whole of the Platonic theory about the gods, I shall present him with a development of the nature of certain other divinities mentioned by Plato, and which, owing to the loss of the Seventh Book of Proclus and of other theological works of the most genuine Platonists, cannot at this remote and barren period be scientifically classed. In the first place, then, I shall present the reader with what Plato says in the Phaedrus of Boreas and Orthia, the centaurs, chimeras, gorgons, pegasuses, typhons, achelous, and the nymphs, accompanied with the elucidations of Ammonius Hermaeus. Quote, Phaedrus. Inform me, Socrates, whether this is not the place in which Boreas is reported to have ravished Orthia from Ilissus. Socrates. It is reported so indeed. Phaedrus. Was it not just here then? For the brooks hereabouts appear to be grateful to the view, pure and transparent, and very well adapted to the sports of virgins. Socrates. It was not, but 2 or 3 stadia lower down, where we meet with the temple of Diana, and in that very place there is a certain altar sacred to Boreas. Phaedrus. I did not perfectly know this, but tell me, by Jupiter, Socrates, are you persuaded that this fabulous narration is true? Socrates. If I should not believe in it, as is the case with the wise, I should not be absurd. And afterwards, speaking sophistically, I should say that the wind, Boreas, hurled from the neighboring rocks Orthia, sporting with Pharmacia, and that she, dying in consequence of this, was said to have been ravished by Boreas, or from the hill of Mars. There is also another report, that she was not ravished from this place, but from that. But for my own part, Phaedrus, I consider interpretations of this kind as pleasant enough, but at the same time as the province of a man vehemently curious and laborious, and not entirely happy. And this for no other reason than because after such an explanation it is necessary for him to correct the shape of the centaurs and chimera, and besides this a crowd of gorgons and pegasuses will pour upon him for an exposition of this kind, and of certain other prodigious natures, immense both in multitude and novelty, all which, if any one, not believing in their literal meaning, should draw to a probable sense, employing for this purpose a certain rustic wisdom, he will stand in need of most abundant leisure. With respect to myself, indeed, I have not leisure for such an undertaking, and this because I am not yet able, according to the Delphic precept, to know myself. But it appears to me to be ridiculous, while I am yet ignorant of this, to speculate things foreign from the knowledge of myself. Hence, bidding farewell to these, and being persuaded in the opinion which I have just now mentioned respecting them, I do not contemplate these, but myself, considering whether I am not a wild beast, possessing more folds than Typhon, and far more raging and fierce, or whether I am a more mild and simple animal, naturally participating of a certain divine and modest condition. But are we not, my friend, in the midst of our discourse, arrived at our destined seat? And is not yonder the oak to which you were to lead us? Phaedrus. That indeed is it. Socrates. By Juno, a beautiful retreat. For the plane tree very widely spreads its shady branches, and is remarkably tall, and the height and opacity of the willow are perfectly beautiful, being now in the vigor of its vegetation, and on this account filling all the place with the most agreeable odor. Add too that a most pleasant fountain of extreme cool water flows under the plane tree, as may be inferred from its effect on our feet, and which appears to be sacred to certain nymphs, and to Achelous, from the virgins and statues with which it is adorned." On this very beautiful passage, Hermes comments as follows: "The Athenians established a temple of rural Diana, because this goddess is the inspective guardian of everything rural, and represses everything rustic and uncultivated. But the altars and temples of the gods signify their allotments, as you may also call this mundane body, or apparent solar orb, the altar and temple of the sun, and of the soul of the sun." With respect to the fable, a twofold solution may be given of it, one from history, more ethical, but the other transferring us to wholes, and the former of these is as follows. Oreithyia was the daughter of Erechtheus, and the priestess of Boreas, for each of the winds has a presiding deity, which the telestic art, or the art pertaining to sacred mysteries, religiously cultivates. To this Oreithyia, then, the god was so very propitious that he sent the north wind for the safety of the country, and besides this he is said to have assisted the Athenians in their naval battles. Oreithyia, therefore, becoming enthusiastic, being possessed by her proper god Boreas, and no longer energizing as a human being, for animals cease to energize according to their own peculiarities when possessed by superior causes, died under the inspiring influence, and thus was said to have been ravished by Boreas, and this is the more ethical explanation of the fable. But the second, which transfers the narration to wholes, is as follows, and does not entirely subvert the former. For divine fables often employ transactions and histories in subserviency to the discipline of wholes. They say then that Erechtheus is the god that rules over the three elements, air, water, and earth. Sometimes, however, he is considered as alone the ruler of the earth, and sometimes as the presiding deity of Attica alone. Of this deity, Oreithyia is the daughter, and she is the prolific power of the earth, which is indeed coextended with the word Erechtheus, as the unfolding of the name signifies, for it is the prolific power of the earth flourishing and restored according to the seasons. But Boreas is the providence of the gods, supernally illuminating secondary natures, for the providence of the gods in the world is signified by Boreas, because this divinity blows from lofty places, but the elevating power of the gods is signified by the south wind, because this wind blows from low to lofty places, and besides this, things situated towards the south are more divine. The providence of the gods, therefore, causes the prolific power of the earth, or of the Attic land, to ascend and proceed into the apparent. Oreithyia also may be said to be a soul aspiring after things above, from oruo and theo, according to the Attic custom of adding a letter at the end of a word, which letter is here an omega. Such a soul, therefore, is ravished by Boreas, supernally blowing. But if Oreithyia was hurled from a precipice, this also is appropriate. For such a soul dies a philosophic, not receiving a physical death, and abandons a proairetic at the same time that she lives a physical life. And philosophy, according to Socrates in the Phaedo, is nothing else than a meditation of death. According to some, however, Socrates, in what he here says about Oreithyia and Boreas, does not admit the explanation of fables, but it is evident that he frequently does admit and employ fables. Now indeed, he blames those explanations which make fables to be nothing more than certain histories, and unfold them into material causes, airs and earth and winds, which do not revert to true beings, nor harmonize with divine concerns. Hence Socrates now says, If unfolding this fable I should recur to physical causes, and should assert that the wind Boreas, blowing vehemently, hurled Orithyia as she was playing from the rock, and thus dying she was said to have been ravished by Boreas, should I not speak absurdly? For this explanation, which is adopted by the wise, videre licet, by those who are employed in physical speculations, is meagre and conjectural, since it does not recur to true beings, but to natures and winds, airs and vortices, as he also says in the Phaedo. He rejects therefore these naturalists and those who thus explain this fable, as falling into the indefinite and infinite, and not recurring to soul, intellect and the gods. But when Socrates says that he considers such interpretations as the province of a man very curious and laborious, and not entirely happy, these words indicate the being conversant with things sensible and material. And the centaurs, chimeras, gorgons, and pegasuses are powers which preside over a material nature and the region about the earth. When Socrates also says that he is not yet able to know himself, his meaning may be either that he does not yet know himself as pure soul itself, but that as being in body he knows himself, or that he does not yet know himself as he is known by divinity. For if ever any man knew himself, this was certainly the case with Socrates. When likewise he says, quote, "I do not contemplate these but myself," close quote, this is because he who knows himself knows all things. For in consequence of the soul being pamorphon agalma, an omniform image, he beholds all things in himself. But by typhon, here, we must understand that power which presides over the confused and disordered in the universe, or in other words over the last procession of things. The term manifold, therefore, in this place must not be applied to the god Typhon, but to that over which he presides, as being in its own nature moved in a confused, disordered, and manifold manner. For it is usual with fables to refer the properties of the objects of providential care to the providing powers themselves. Farther still, Socrates mentions Juno as generating and adorning the beauty of the mundane fabrication, and hence she is said to have received the cestus from Venus. But Achelous is the deity who presides over the much honored power of water, for by this mighty river the god, who is the inspective guardian of potable water, is manifested. And nymphs are goddesses, who preside over regeneration, and are ministrant to Bacchus, the offspring of Semele. But this Bacchus supplies the regeneration of the whole sensible world. I shall only add that nymphs, according to Serius, on the first Aeneid, are distributed into 3 classes. But nymphs belonging to mountains are called Oreads, to woods Dryads, those that are born with woods Hamadryads, those that belong to fountains Nepai, or Naiads, and those that belong to the sea Nereids. End of chapter 35. Chapters 36 and 37 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Again, the following divinities are also mentioned by Plato in different parts of his works. In the first place, Pan, at the end of the Phaedrus, to which divinity Socrates addresses the following admirable prayer. Quote, "O beloved Pan, and all ye other gods who are residents of this place, grant that I may become beautiful within, and that whatever I possess externally may be friendly to my inward attainments. Grant also that I may consider the wise man as one who abounds in wealth, and that I may enjoy that portion of gold which no other than a prudent man is able either to bear or properly manage." In this prayer, by Pan and the other gods, we must understand local deities under the moon. But Pan is denominated, as it were, all, because he possesses the most ample sway in the order of local gods. For as the supermundane gods are referred to Jupiter, and the celestial to Bacchus, so all the sublunary local gods and demons are referred to Pan. In the next place, Tartarus is mentioned by Plato in the Phaedo as one of the greatest chasms of the earth, and of which, says he, Homer thus speaks, "Far, very far, where under earth is found a gulf, of every depth the most profound." But Tartarus, says Olympiodorus, is the extremity of the universe, and subsists oppositely to Olympus. It is also a deity, the inspective guardian of that which is last in every order. Hence there is a celestial Tartarus, in which heaven concealed his offspring, a Saturnian Tartarus, in which likewise Saturn concealed his offspring, and also a Jovian of this kind, which is demiurgic. Again, the characteristic peculiarity of Prometheus, as mentioned by Plato in the Gorgias, is thus unfolded by Olympiodorus in his manuscript Scholia on that dialogue. Prometheus is the inspective guardian of the descent of rational souls. For to exert a providential energy is the employment of the rational soul, and prior to anything else, to know itself. Irrational natures, indeed, perceive through percussion, and prior to impulsion know nothing, but the rational nature is able, prior to information from another, to know what is useful. Hence, Epimetheus is the inspective guardian of the irrational soul, because it knows through percussion, and not prior to it. Prometheus, therefore, is that power which presides over the descent of rational souls. But fire signifies the rational soul itself, because as fire tends upwards, so the rational soul pursues things on high. But you will say, why is this fire said to have been stolen? Because that which is stolen is transferred from its proper place to one that is foreign. Hence, since the rational soul is sent from its proper place of abode on high to earth as to a foreign region, on this account the fire is said to be stolen. But why was it concealed in a reed? Because a reed is full of cavities, and therefore signifies the flowing body in which the soul is carried. But why was the fire stolen contrary to the will of Jupiter? Again, the fable speaks as a fable. For both Prometheus and Jupiter are willing that the soul should abide on high. But as it is requisite that she should descend, the fable fabricates particulars accommodated to the persons. And it represents indeed the superior character, which is Jupiter, as unwilling, for he wishes the soul always to abide on high. But the inferior character, Prometheus, obliges her to descend. Jupiter, therefore, ordered Pandora to be made. And what else is this than the irrational soul, which is of a feminine characteristic? For, as it was necessary that the soul should descend to these lower regions, but being incorporeal and divine, it was impossible for her to be conjoined with body without a medium. Hence she becomes united with it through the irrational soul. But this irrational soul was called Pandora, because each of the gods bestowed on it some particular gift. And this signifies that the illuminations which terrestrial natures receive take place through the celestial bodies. Again, in the Phaedo, mention is made by Plato of Cadmus, who, according to Olympiodorus, is the sublunary world, as being Dionysiacal, on which account Harmonia or harmony is united to the gods, and also as being the father of the four Bacchuses. The four elements likewise, he informs us, are said to be Dionysiacal, videre licet, fire to be semele, earth agave, tearing in pieces her own offspring, water aino, and lastly air autonoe. There is great beauty in conjoining Harmony, the daughter of Venus, and Mars with Cadmus. For Venus, as we have before observed, is the cause of all the harmony and analogy in the universe, and beautifully illuminates the order and communion of all mundane concerns. But Mars excites the contrarieties of the universe, that the world may exist perfect and entire from all its parts. The progeny, therefore, of these two divinities must be the concordant discord or harmony of the sublunary world. Farther still, the Sirens are mentioned by Plato both in the 10th book of the Republic and in the Cratylus, and Proclus, in the 6th book of this work, has explained the meaning of what Plato says of them in the former of those dialogues. But in his manuscript Scholia on the Cratylus, he says, quote, "The divine Plato knew that there are three kinds of Sirens: the celestial, which is under the government of Jupiter; that which produces generation and is under the government of Neptune; and that which is cathartic and is under the government of Pluto. It is common to all these to incline all things through an harmonic motion to their ruling gods. Hence, when the soul is in the heavens, the Sirens are desirous of uniting it to the divine life which flourishes there. But it is proper that souls living in generation should sail beyond them, like the Homeric Ulysses, that they may not be allured by generation, of which the sea is an image. And when souls are in Hades, the Sirens are desirous of uniting them through intellectual conceptions to Pluto. So that Plato knew that in the kingdom of Hades there are gods, demons, and souls who dance as it were round Pluto, allured by the Sirens that dwell there." Close quote. Chapter 37. In the next place, let us direct our attention to Plato's theological conceptions of nature, fate, and fortune. From the Timaeus, therefore, it appears that Plato does not consider either matter or material form, or body, or natural powers as worthy to be called nature, though it has been thus denominated by others. Nor does he think proper to call nature soul, but establishing its essence between soul and corporeal powers, he considers it as inferior to the former through its being divided about bodies, and its incapacity of conversion to itself, but as surpassing the latter through containing the productive principles, and generating and vivifying every part of the visible world. For nature verges towards bodies, and is inseparable from their fluctuating empire. But soul is separate from body, is established in herself, and subsists both from herself and another. From another, that is, from intellect through participation, and from herself on account of not verging to body, but abiding in her own essence, and at the same time illuminating the obscure nature of matter with a secondary life. Nature, therefore, is the last of the causes which fabricate this corporeal and sensible world, bounds the progressions of incorporeal essences, and is full of reasons and powers through which she governs mundane affairs. And she is a goddess indeed, considered as deified, and not according to the primary signification of the word. For divine bodies also are called gods, as being the statues or images of the gods. But she governs the whole world by her powers, by her summit comprehending the heavens, but through heaven governing generation. And she everywhere weaves partial natures in amicable conjunction with wholes. Nature, however, thus subsisting, she proceeds from the vivific goddess Rhea. For, quote, immense nature, says the Chaldean oracle, is suspended from the shoulders of the goddess, close quote, from whom all life is derived, both that which is intellectual and that which is inseparable from the subjects of its government. But nature, being from thence suspended, she pervades through and inspires all things without impediment. Hence the most inanimate beings participate of a certain soul, and corruptible natures remain perpetually in the world, being connected and comprehended by the causes of forms which she contains. And those indeed who call nature demiurgic art, if they mean by this the nature which abides in the demiurgus himself, they do not speak rightly. But if they mean that which proceeds from him, their conception is accurate. For art must be considered as having a threefold subsistence. 1. That which does not proceed out of the artist. The second, that which proceeds indeed, but is converted to him. And the third, that which has now proceeded, and has its subsistence in something else. The art, therefore, which is in the demiurgus abides indeed in him, but the intellectual soul is art, yet at the same time both abiding and proceeding. And nature is art, alone proceeding into something different from herself. Hence she is said to be the organ of the gods, not deprived of life, nor alter motive alone, but having in a certain respect a self-motive power, in consequence of energizing from herself. For the organs of the gods are essentialized in efficacious powers, are vital and concur with their energies. And thus much concerning nature according to the conceptions of Plato, as unfolded by Proclus. In the next place, with respect to fate, in the fable in the Politicus, Plato says that, quote, fate and connate desire convolve the world when it is considered by itself as a corporeal nature, without the intellectual gods, close quote. And in the Timaeus he represents the demiurgus exhibiting to souls the nature of the universe, and announcing to them the laws of fate. On which Proclus admirably comments as follows. It must not be said that fate is a partial nature, as some of the Peripatetics assert it is, as for instance Alexander. For such a nature is imbecile and not perpetual. For from common conceptions we preassume that the power of fate is something very great and stable. Nor must it be said that it is the order of the mundane periods, as Aristotle asserts it to be, who denominates the increase which is contrary to order preter fatal, as if order and fate were the same. For the cause of order is one thing, but order itself is another. Nor is it soul subsisting in habitude, as Theodorus says, for such a form of life in wholes is not a principle. Nor is it simply nature, as Porphyry says it is, for many things which are supernatural and out of the dominion of nature are produced by fate, such as nobility, renown, and wealth. For where is it seen that physical motions become the cause of these? Nor is it the intellect of the universe, as again Aristotle says in a certain place, if the treatise On the World was written by him. For intellect produces everything which it produces at once, and is not at all in want of an administration which proceeds according to a certain period, and a continued and well-ordered series of things. But the chain, the order, the periodic production of many causes constitute the peculiarity of fate. If, however, it be requisite to comprehend the whole form of it concisely, we must say that the subject matter, as it were, of it is nature herself, but considered as deified and filled with divine, intellectual, and psychical illuminations. For the order of gods, called the presidents of destiny, ton moregeton kalumenon, and the genera that are more excellent than man terminate in nature. For these impart powers from themselves to the one life of nature, and the demiurgus of wholes collects and unites all these gifts and demonstrates them to be one power. For if visible bodies, i.e. the celestial bodies, are filled with divine powers, nature is by a much greater priority divine. And if the whole visible world is one, much more is the whole essence of fate one, and it derives from many causes the completion of its composition. For being suspended from the providence of the gods, and from demiurgic goodness, it is united and governed by it, being a productive principle subsisting from productive principles, one multiform power, a divine life, and an order of things that have a prior arrangement. Hence the ancients, looking to this, its various and multiform nature, were led to form different opinions concerning it, and some indeed said that it is a goddess, on account of that which is divine in it, others that it is a demon, on account of the efficacious and at the same time multiform nature of its production, others that it is intellect, because a certain participation of intellect reaches it, but others that it is order, so that everything which has an arrangement is invisibly comprehended by it. Plato, however, alone surveyed the essence of it, asserting indeed that it is nature, but nature suspended from the demiurgus. For how could the demiurgus exhibit nature to souls otherwise than by containing the principle of it in himself? And how could he announce to them the laws of fate, after exhibiting to them the nature of the universe, except by constituting nature as the one power that comprehends these laws? Farther still, in the Politicus, Plato more clearly suspends the second life of the universe from fate after the departure of the one demon that governed it, and the many demons that were the followers of that one. Hence he separates all the providential care of these powers from the universe, and alone leaves it the government according to fate. The world indeed always possessing both these, but the fable separating the first from the second. For he says, quote, that fate and connate desire convolve the world, close quote, just as the Chaldean oracles say, quote, that unwearied nature rules over the worlds and works, and draws downward in order that the heavens may run an eternal course, and that the other periods of the sun, the moon, the seasons, night and day, may be accomplished, close quote. Thus, therefore, Plato also says that the second period of the world is convolved by fate, and not the first and intellectual period, all but clearly asserting that fate is the power which proximately moves the sensible world, and is suspended from the invisible providence of the gods. For establishing necessity, the mother of the fates prior to these, he represents her in the Republic convolving the world on her knees. And if it be requisite to give my opinion, Plato arranges these three causes of order successive to each other, videre licet, adrastia, necessity, and fate. The first being intellectual, the second supermundane, and the third mundane. For the demiurgus, as Orpheus says, was nourished indeed by adrastia, but associated with necessity and generated fate. And as adrastia was comprehensive of divine institutions, and the collector of all various laws, thus also fate is comprehensive of all the mundane laws, which the demiurgus now inscribes in souls, that he may lead them in conjunction with wholes, and may define what is adapted to them according to the different elections of lives. Hence a vicious life tends to that which is dark and atheistical, but a pious life leads the soul to the heavens, to which she is also conducted by wholes. because each of these lives is full of the laws of fate, and souls lead themselves, as Plotinus says, thither where the law that is in them announces. For this is the peculiarity of the providence of the gods, to conduct inwardly the subjects for which it provides. And why is it wonderful that this should be the case, since nature also, inserting material and corporeal formed powers in bodies, moves them through these powers? Earth indeed through gravity, but fire through levity. In a much greater degree, therefore, do the gods move souls through the powers which they disseminate in them. Hence, if they lead souls according to the laws of fate, these laws also subsist in souls. And they pre-exist indeed intellectually in the demiurgus, for the divine law is established with him. But they exist in divine souls, for according to these laws they govern the universe. And they are participated by partial souls, for through these they conduct themselves to an appropriate place, themselves moving themselves. And through deliberate choice, indeed, they act erroneously and with rectitude, but through law they distribute to themselves an order adapted to their former conduct. In the last place, with respect to fortune, it is necessary to observe that Plato does not assert, as the Stoics do, that the worthy man has no need of the assistance of this divinity. But he is of opinion that the energies of our reasoning power, since according to their external progression they are complicated with corporeal energies, require the inspiration of good fortune, in order that they may be prosperous and benefit others. Hence in the Timaeus and the Parmenides, the persons of the dialogues are represented as meeting together through a certain good fortune. And in the laws he says that God, and after God, fortune and time govern all human affairs. Quote, "Fortune, therefore," says Proclus, "and her gifts are not things destitute of design and indefinite, but she is a power collective of many dispersed causes, and which adorns things disordered, and gives completion to the allotments assigned to everything from the universe." According to Sallust, in his elegant treatise on the gods and the world, "Fortune must be considered as a power of the gods disposing things differing from each other, and happening contrary to expectation, to beneficent purposes." He adds, "On this account it is proper that cities should celebrate this goddess in common, since every city is composed of different particulars. But this goddess holds her dominion in sublunary concerns, since everything fortuitous is excluded from the regions above the moon." In conformity to this, Simplicius also, in his commentary on the Physics of Aristotle, admirably observes concerning fortune as follows, "The power of fortune particularly disposes in an orderly manner the sublunary part of the universe, in which contingencies subsist, and which being essentially disordered, fortune, in conjunction with other primary causes, directs, places in order, and governs. Hence she is represented guiding a rudder, because she governs things, sailing on the sea of generation. Her rudder too is fixed on a globe, because she directs that which is unstable in generation. In her other hand she holds the horn of Amalthea, which is full of fruits, because she is the cause of obtaining all divine fruits. And on this account we venerate the fortunes of cities and houses, and of each individual, because being very remote from divine union, we are in danger of being deprived of its participation, and require, in order to obtain it, the assistance of the goddess Fortune, and of those natures superior to the human, who possess the characteristic of this divinity. Indeed, every fortune is good, for every attainment respects something good, nor does anything evil subsist from divinity. But of things that are good, some are precedaneous, and others are of a punishing or revenging characteristic, which we are accustomed to call evils. Hence we speak of two fortunes, one of which we denominate good, and which is the cause of our obtaining precedaneous goods, but the other evil, which prepares us to receive punishment or revenge. Close quote. And thus much concerning fortune. End of chapter 37. Chapters 38 and 39 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. It remains that we should consider in the next place what time, day and night, month and year are, so far as they are deities according to the theology of Plato. The commentaries of Proclus on the Timaeus fortunately presenting us with much valuable information respecting the nature of these divinities. The speculation also of time in this place will be very appropriate, as immediately after the discussion of divine souls, angels, demons, and heroes will naturally follow, with whose essence time is intimately and inseparably connected. Plato, therefore, in the Timaeus says, quote, that while the Demiurgus was adorning and distributing the universe, he at the same time formed an eternal image flowing according to number, of eternity abiding in one, and which receives from us the appellation of time. But besides this, he fabricated the generation of days and nights, and months and years, which had no subsistence prior to the universe, but which together with it rose into existence. And all these indeed are the proper parts of time. Close quote. Proclus, in commenting on what Plato here says about time, after having shown that it is neither anything belonging to motion, nor an attendant on the energy of soul, nor, in short, the offspring of soul, investigates what it is in the following admirable manner. Quote, perhaps, says he, it is not sufficient to say that it is the measure of mundane natures, nor to enumerate the goods of which it is the cause, but to the utmost of our power we should endeavour to apprehend its peculiarity. May we not therefore say, since its essence is most excellent, perfective of soul and present to all things, that it is an intellect not only abiding, but also subsisting in motion, abiding indeed according to its inward energy, and by which it is truly eternal, but being moved according to its externally proceeding energy, by which it becomes the boundary of all transition. For eternity, possessing permanency, both according to its inward energy, and that which it exerts to things eternal, time, being assimilated to it according to the former of these energies, becomes separated from it according to the latter, abiding and being moved. And as, with respect to the essence of the soul, we say that it is intelligible, and at the same time generated, partible, and at the same time impartible, and are no otherwise able to apprehend its middle nature than by employing after a manner opposites, what wonder is there if, perceiving the nature of time to be partly immovable and partly subsisting in motion, we, or rather not we, but prior to us, the philosopher, through the eternal, should indicate its intellectual monad abiding in sameness, and through the movable, its externally proceeding energy, which is participated by soul and the whole world. For we must not think that the expression, the eternal, simply indicates that time is the image of eternity. For if this were the case, what would have hindered Plato from directly saying that it is the image, and not the eternal image of eternity? But he was willing to indicate this very thing, that time has an eternal nature, but not in such a manner as animal itself. The paradigm of the universe is said to be eternal. For that is eternal both in essence and energy. But time is partly eternal and partly, by its external gift, movable. Hence theurgists call it eternal, and Plato very properly denominates it not only so. For one thing is alone movable, both essentially and according to the participants of it, being alone the cause of motion, as soul, and hence it alone moves itself and other things. But another thing is alone immovable, preserving itself without transition, and being the cause to other things of a perpetual subsistence, after the same manner, and to movable natures through soul. It is necessary, therefore, that the medium between these two extremes should be that which, both according to its own nature and the gifts which it imparts to others, is immovable and at the same time movable, essentially immovable indeed, but moved in its participants. A thing, however, of this kind is time. Hence, time is truly, so far as it is considered in itself, immovable. But so far as it is in its participants, it is movable, and subsists together with them, unfolding itself into them. It is therefore eternal, and a monad and centre essentially, and according to its own abiding energy. But it is at the same time continuous, and number, and a circle according to its proceeding and being participated. Hence it is a certain proceeding intellect, established indeed in eternity, and on this account is said to be eternal. For it would not otherwise contribute to the assimilation of mundane natures to more perfect paradigms, unless it were itself previously suspended from them. But it proceeds and abundantly flows into the things which are guarded by it. Whence I think the chief of theurgists celebrate time as a god, as Julian in the 7th of the Zones, and venerate it by those names through which it is unfolded in its participants, causing some things to be older and others to be younger, and leading all things in a circle. Time, therefore, possessing a certain intellectual nature, circularly leads according to number, both its other participants and souls. For time is eternal, not in essence only, but also in its inward energy. But so far as it is participated by externals, it is alone movable, coextending and harmonizing with them the gift which it imparts. But every soul is transitively moved, both according to its inward and external energies, by the latter of which it moves bodies. And it appears to me that those who thus denominated time chronos had this conception of its nature, and were therefore willing to call it, as it were, choreontos nous, an intellect moving in measure, but dividing the words, perhaps for the sake of concealment, they called it chronos. Perhaps, too, they gave it this appellation because it abides and is at the same time moved in measure, by one part of itself abiding, and by the other proceeding with measured motion. By the conjunction, therefore, of both these, they signify the wonderful and demiurgic nature of this God. And it appears that as the demiurgus, being intellectual, began from intellect to adorn the universe, so time, being itself supermundane, began from soul to impart perfection. For that time is not only mundane, but by a much greater priority supermundane, is evident, since as eternity is to animal itself the paradigm of the universe, so is time to the world, which is animated and illuminated by intellect, and wholly an image of animal itself, in the same manner as time of eternity. And thus much concerning time according to its first subsistence, and considered as a god. With respect to day and night, According to their more principal subsistence, they are demiurgic measures of time, exciting and convolving all the apparent and unapparent life and motion, and orderly distribution of the inerratic sphere. For these are the true parts of time, are present after the same manner to all things, and comprehend the primary cause of apparent day and night, each of these having a different subsistence in apparent time. To which also Timaeus looking reminds us how time was generated together with the world. Hence he says, in the plural number, nights and days, and also months and years. But these are obvious to all men. For the unapparent causes of these have a uniform subsistence prior to things multiplied, and which circulate infinitely. Things immovable also subsist prior to such as are moved, and intellectual natures are prior to sensibles. Such, therefore, must be our conceptions of night and day according to their first subsistence. By month, we must understand that truly divine, temporal measure which convolves the lunar sphere, and every termination of the circulation about the zodiac. But year is that which perfects and connects the whole of middle fabrication, according to which the sun is seen possessing the greatest strength, and measuring all things in conjunction with time. For neither day, nor night, nor month is without the sun, nor much more year, nor any other mundane nature. I do not here speak according to the apparent fabrication of things alone, for the apparent sun is the cause of these measures, but also according to that fabrication which is unapparent. For ascending higher, we shall find that the more true sun measures all things in conjunction with time, being itself in reality time of time, according to the Chaldean oracle concerning it. For that Plato not only knew these apparent parts of time, but also those divine parts to which these are homonymous, is evident from the 10th book of his Laws. For he there asserts that we call hours and months divine, as having the same divine lives and divine intellects presiding over them as the universe. Let these therefore be the parts of time, of which some are accommodated to the inerratic gods, others to the gods that revolve about the poles of the oblique circle, and others to other gods, or attendants of the gods, or to mortal animals, or the more sublime or more abject parts of the universe. Farther still, concerning night and day, Plato afterwards says, quote, that through these the period of one most wise circulation, i.e. the circulation of the inerratic sphere, was produced. Close quote. On which Proclus observes as follows, quote, it may be doubted how Plato calls night and day the measure of the circulation of this sphere, for this measure is everywhere, originating supernally from the one intelligible cause of the universe, and the first paradigm. But in the sublunar region, it is the space of day and night. In answer to this, it must be said that the temporal interval which first subsists in the circulation of the inerratic sphere and the solar light are productive of the nykthemeron, or space of day and night. From the last of things, therefore, and which are known to us, the whole measure is defined. For this nykthemeron is one thing, but another that which subsists in unapparent time, and the former is the image and ultimate termination of the latter. For there are many orders of night and day, intelligible and intellectual, supermundane, celestial, and sublunary, as we are taught by the Orphic theology. And some of these indeed are prior to fabrication, but others are comprehended in it, and others proceed from it. Some also are unapparent, but others are apparent. For, with respect likewise to month and year, one order of these is unapparent, measures, connectedly contains and gives perfection to the intellectual and corporeal periods of the sun and moon. But another is apparent, which terminates and is the measure of the solar revolution. Thus, too, in the other gods, the unapparent Saturnian number is one thing, and the apparent another. And in a similar manner, the unapparent and apparent Martial, Jovian, and Mercurial numbers differ from each other. For with respect to month and year, each of these being one according to each period, and always the same, is a certain god, immovably bounding the measure of motion. For whence have the periods always an invariable sameness, except from a certain immovable cause? And whence do they derive the difference of their restitutions to their pristine state, except from different immovable causes? Whence also the unceasing, and the again and again to infinity, except from the infinite powers they contain. But Plato, considering all this series as temporal, arranges it under one, and that the first time, which defines the periodic time of a perpetually circulating body, and is, as we have before observed, true number. From these invisible causes, however, we must conceive the visible periodic times are derived, proceeding from them according to that which is numbered, since they are able both to number and generate them. And in all these astronomy beautifully instructs us, doxastically apprehending the number of the periodic restitutions of each, and making comparisons of the ratios of the periods to each other, such as that the Saturnian period is the double and a half of the period of Jupiter, and in a similar manner of the rest. For, though their restitutions differ, yet they have a ratio to each other. Sacred rumor also venerates the unapparent causes of these, proclaiming the divine names of night and day, and also the causes that constitute, and the invocations and self-manifestations of month and year. Hence, they are not to be surveyed superficially, but as having a subsistence in divine hyparxes. And these, the laws of sacred institutions, and the oracles of Apollo, ordered to be worshipped and honored by statues and sacrifices, as histories inform us. When these also are reverenced, mankind are supplied with the benefits arising from the periods of the seasons, and of the other divinities in a similar manner. But a preternatural disposition of everything about the earth is the consequence of the worship of these being neglected. Footnote, quote, But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth, to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes, in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then had we plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil. But since we left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things, and have been consumed by the sword and by the famine. Jeremiah chapter 44, verses 17 and 18. And footnote. Plato likewise in the Laws proclaims that all these are gods, videlicet the seasons, years, and months, in the same manner as the stars and the sun. And we do not introduce anything new by thinking it proper to direct our attention to the unapparent powers of these prior to those that are apparent. And thus much concerning time, day and night, month and year, considered according to their first subsistence, by which they are gods. Chapter 39. After the gods, it is necessary in the next place to consider the order of divine souls, who are deified by always participating of the gods. This order Plato in the Parmenides denies of the One as follows. Quote, "Does it appear that the One can be either older or younger, or be of the same age? What should hinder? If it had in any respect the same age, either with itself or with another, it would participate equally of time and similitude, which we have nevertheless asserted the One does not participate. We have asserted so. And this also we have said, that it neither participates of dissimilitude nor inequality. Entirely so. How therefore, being such, can it either be older or younger than anything, or possess the same age with anything? It can in no respect. The One, therefore, will neither be younger nor older, nor will it be of the same age, either with itself or with another. It does not appear that it will. Will it not therefore be impossible that the One should be at all in time, if it be such? Or is it not necessary that if anything is in time, it should always become older than itself? It is necessary. But is not that which is older always older than the younger? What then? Hence, that which is becoming to be older than itself is at the same time becoming to be younger than itself, if it is about to have that through which it may become older. How do you say? Thus, it is requisite that nothing should subsist in becoming to be different from another, when it is already different, but that it should be now different from that which is different, have been from that which was, and will be from that which is to be hereafter. But from that which is becoming to be different, it ought neither to have been, nor to be hereafter, nor to be, but to subsist in becoming to be different and no otherwise. It is necessary. But the older differs from the younger, and no other. Certainly. Hence that which is becoming to be older than itself must necessarily at the same time subsist in becoming to be younger than itself. It seems so. But likewise it ought not to subsist in becoming to be in a longer time than itself, nor yet in a shorter, but in a time equal to itself it should subsist in becoming to be, should be, have been, and be hereafter, for these are necessary. It is necessary therefore, as it appears, that such things as are in time and participate an affection of this kind, should each one possess the same age with itself, and should subsist in becoming to be both older and younger than itself. It seems so. But no one of these passions belongs to the One. None. Neither therefore is time present with it, nor does it subsist in any time. It does not indeed, according to the decisions of reason. Close quote. Plato, having proceeded, says Proclus, as far as to the mundane gods, always taking away things in a consequent order from the One, through the middle genera, or to speak more clearly, the negations always producing things secondary, through such as are proximate to the One, from the exempt cause of wholes, he is now about to separate from the One the divine essence itself, which first participates of the Gods, and receives their progression into the world. Or, to speak more accurately, he is now about to produce this essence from the ineffable fountain of all beings. For, as everything which has being derives its subsistence from the monad of beings, both true being and that which is assimilated to it, which of itself indeed is not, but through its communion with true being receives an obscure representation of being. In like manner, from the one unity of every deity, the peculiarity of which, if it be lawful so to speak, is to deify all things according to a certain exempt and ineffable transcendency, every divine number subsists, or rather proceeds, and every deified order of things. The design, therefore, as we have before observed, of what is now said is to show that the One is exempt from, and therefore produces this essence. And here we may see how Parmenides subverts their hypothesis, who contend that the first cause is soul, or anything else of this kind, and this by showing that the One does not participate of time. For it is impossible that a nature which is exempt from time should be soul, since every soul participates of time and uses periods which are measured by time. The One, also, is better than and is beyond intellect, because every intellect is both moved and permanent. But it is demonstrated that the One neither stands still nor is moved. Hence, through these things, the three hypostases, which rank as principles, videre licet, the One, intellect, and soul, become known to us. But that the One is perfectly exempt from time, Parmenides demonstrates by showing in the first place that it is neither older nor younger, nor of the same age with itself, nor with any other. For everything which participates of time necessarily participates of these, so that by showing that the One is exempt from these, which happen to everything that participates of time, he also shows that the One has no connection with time. This, however, is incredible to the many, and appeared so to the physiologists prior to Plato, who thought that all things were comprehended in time, and that if there is anything perpetual, it is infinite time, but that there is not anything which time does not measure. For, as they were of opinion that all things are in place, in consequence of thinking that all things are bodies, and that nothing is incorporeal, so they thought that all things subsist in time and are in motion, and that nothing is immovable. For the conception of bodies introduces with itself place, but motion time. As therefore it was demonstrated that the One is not in place, because it is not in another, and on this account is incorporeal. In like manner, through these arguments, it is also shown that neither is it in time, and on this account that it is not soul, nor anything else which requires and participates of time, either according to essence or according to energy. And here it is well worthy our observation that Parmenides no longer stops at the dyad, as in the former conclusions, but triadically enumerates the peculiarities of this order, videre licet, the older, the younger, and the possession of the same age, though he might have said dyadically, of an equal age and of an unequal age, as there the equal and the unequal. But there, indeed, having previously introduced the dyad, he passes from the division of the unequal to the triadic distribution. But here he begins from the triad, for there union precedes multitude, and the whole the parts. But in this order of things, multitude is most apparent, and a division into parts, as Timaeus says, whom Parmenides, in what is now said, imitating, begins indeed from the triad, but proceeds as far as to the hexad. For the older and the younger, and the possession of the same age are doubled, being divided into itself and relation to another. That the triad indeed and the hexad are adapted to this order is not immanifest. For the triple nature of soul, consisting of essence, same and different, and its triple power, which receives its completion from the charioteer and the two horses, as we learn from the Phaedrus, evince its alliance with the triad, and its essence being combined from both these, shows its natural alliance with the hexad. It is likewise necessary to observe that, as the discourse is about divine souls, who are deified by always participating of the gods, time, according to its first subsistence, pertains to these souls, not that which proceeds into the apparent, but that which is liberated and without habitude. And this is the time which is now denied of the One. All the periods of souls, their harmonious motions about the intelligible, and their circulations are measured by this time. For it has a supernal origin, imitates eternity, and connects, evolves, and perfects every motion, whether vital or pertaining to soul, or in whatever other manner it may be said to subsist. This time also is indeed essentially an intellect, as we have before observed, but it is the cause to divine souls, of their harmonic and infinite motion about the intelligible, through which these likewise are led to the older and to the same age, and this in a twofold respect. For the older, in these, with respect to themselves, takes place so far as with their more excellent powers they enjoy in a greater degree the infinity of time, and participate it more abundantly. For they are not filled with similar perfection from more divine natures, according to all their powers, but with some more, and with others less. But that is said to be older which participates more of time. That which is older in these divine souls with respect to other things is affected so far as some of these receive the whole measure of time, and the whole of its extension proceeding to souls, but others are measured by more partial periods. Those therefore are older whose period is more total, and is extended to a longer time. They may also be said to be older and at the same time younger with respect to themselves, by becoming hoary, as it were, above, through extending themselves to the whole power of time, but juvenile beneath, by enjoying time more partially. But as with respect to others, they may be said to be older, and at the same time younger, according to a diminution of energy. For that which has its circulation measured by a less period is younger than that whose circulation is measured by a more extended period. Again, among things coordinate, that which has the same participation and the same measure of perfection with others may be said to be of the same age with itself and others. But every divine soul, though its own period is measured according to one time, and that of the body which is suspended from it according to another, yet it has an equal restitution to the same condition, itself always according to its own time, and its body also according to its time. Hence again it is of the same age with itself, and its body according to the analogous. By thus interpreting what is now said of the One, we shall accord with Plato in the Timaeus, who there evinces that time is the measure of every transitive life, and who says that soul is the origin of a divine and wise life through the whole of time. And we shall also accord with his assertion in the Phaedrus that souls see true being through time, because they perceive temporally and not eternally. Farther still, Plato here demonstrates that the One is neither older nor younger than itself or another. For it was necessary to show that the One is beyond every divine soul, prior to other souls, in the same manner as it is demonstrated to be prior to true beings, and to be the cause of all things. Hence, since it is the cause of every divine soul, so far as these derive their subsistence as well as all beings from the divine unities, with great propriety is it necessary to show that the One is beyond the order of deified souls. For these souls, so far as they are intellectual, have intellect for their cause. So far as they are essences, they originate from being. And so far as they have the form of unity, they are derived from the One, receiving their subsistence from this, so far as each is a multitude consisting of certain unities, and of these as elements. Again, that which participates of time is twofold, the one proceeding as it were in a right line, and beginning from one thing and ending in another, but the other proceeding circularly, and having its motion from the same to the same, to which both the beginning and the end are the same, and the motion is unceasing, everything in it being both beginning and end. That, therefore, which energizes circularly participates of time periodically, and so far as it departs from the beginning it becomes older, but so far as it approaches to the end it becomes younger. For becoming nearer the end it becomes nearer to its proper beginning, but that which becomes nearer to its beginning becomes younger. Hence that which circularly approaches to the end becomes younger, the same also according to the same becoming older, for that which approximates to its end proceeds to that which is older. That to which the beginning therefore is one thing, and the end another, to this the younger is different from the older. But that to which the beginning and the end are the same, is in no respect older than younger, but as Plato says, at the same time becomes younger and older than itself. Everything therefore which participates of time, if it becomes both older and younger than itself, is circularly moved. But divine souls are of this kind, for they participate of time, and the time of their proper motion is periodical. End of chapter 39. Chapters 40 to 42 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Having in the preceding chapters presented the reader from the most genuine sources with all the information that can at present be obtained concerning the mundane gods, the order of scientific theology requires that those perpetual attendants of the gods, denominated angels, demons, and heroes, should be in the next place considered. As all these ministrant powers, however, are frequently called by one name, demons, and as love is denominated by Plato a great demon, and contains in himself the paradigm of the whole demoniacal series, it is necessary that the development of the nature of love should precede the discussion of the peculiarities of demons. The following admirable account, therefore, of this mighty divinity by Proclus the Coryphaeus of all true philosophers is extracted from his manuscript commentary on the first Alcibiades of Plato. There are different properties of different gods. For some are the fabricators of wholes, of the form of beings, and of their essential ornament. But others are the suppliers of life, and are the sources of its various genera. Others again preserve the unchangeable order and guard the indissoluble connection of things, and others, lastly, who are allotted a different power, preserve all things by their beneficent energies. In like manner, every amatory order is the cause to all things of conversion to divine beauty, leading back, conjoining and establishing all secondary natures in the beautiful, replenishing them from thence, and irradiating all things with the gifts of its light. On this account, it is asserted in the Banquet of Plato that love is a great demon, because love first demonstrates in itself a power of this kind, and is the medium between the object of desire and the desiring nature, and is the cause of the conversion of subsequent to prior natures. The whole amatory series, therefore, being established in the vestibule of the cause of beauty, calls upwards all things to this cause, and forms a middle progression between the object of love and the natures which are recalled by love. Hence it pre-establishes in itself the paradigm of the whole demoniacal order, obtaining the same middle situation among the gods as demons between divine and mortal natures. Since, therefore, every amatory series possesses this property among the gods, we must consider its uniform and occult summit as ineffably established in the first orders of the gods, and conjoined with the first and intelligible beauty; its middle process as shining forth among the supermundane gods, with an intellectual condition; its third progression as possessing an exempt power among the liberated gods; and its fourth as multifariously distributed about the world, producing many orders and powers from itself, and distributing gifts of this kind to the different parts of the world. But after the unific and first principle of love, and after the tripartite essence perfected from thence, a various multitude of loves shines forth with divine light, from whence the choirs of angels are filled with love, and the herds of demons full of this god attend on the gods who are recalled to intelligible beauty. Add, too, that the army of heroes, together with demons and angels, are agitated about the participation of the beautiful with divine bacchanalian fury. Lastly, all things are excited, revive and flourish through the influx of the beautiful. But the souls of such men as receive an inspiration of this kind, and are naturally allied to the god, assiduously move about beauty, and fall into the realms of generation, for the purpose of benefiting more imperfect souls, and providing for those natures which require to be saved. The gods, indeed, and the attendants on the gods, abiding in their proper habits, benefit all following natures, and convert them to themselves. But the souls of men, descending and touching on the coasts of generation, imitate the beneficent providence of the gods. As, therefore, souls established according to some other god descend with purity into the regions of mortality, and benefit souls that revolve in it, and some indeed benefit more imperfect souls by prophecy, others by mystic ceremonies, and others by divine medicinal skill; thus also souls that choose an amatory life are moved about the deity, who presides over beautiful natures, for the purpose of taking care of well-born souls. But from apparent beauty they are led back to divine beauty, and together with themselves elevate those who are the objects of their love. And this also, divine love, primarily affects in intelligibles, for he unites himself to the object of love, extends to it the participants of his power, and inserts in all things one bond, and one indissoluble friendship with each other, and with the beautiful itself. Souls therefore possessed with love and participating the inspiration thence derived, in consequence of using an undefiled vehicle, are led from apparent to intelligible beauty, and make this the end of their energy. Likewise, in kindling a light in more imperfect souls, they also lead these back to a divine nature, and are divinely agitated together with them about the fountain of all perfect beauty. But such souls as from a perverse education fall from the gift which is thence derived, yet are allotted an amatory nature, these, through their ignorance of true beauty, are busily employed about that which is material and divisible, at which also they are astonished in consequence of not knowing the passion which they suffer. Hence they abandon everything divine, and gradually decline into impiety and the darkness of matter. They appear indeed to hasten to a union with the beautiful, in the same manner as perfectly amatory souls, but they are ignorant of the union, and tend to a dissipated condition of life, and to matter, which Plato calls the sea of dissimilitude. They are also conjoined with the base itself, and material privation of form. For where are material natures able to pervade through each other, or where is apparent beauty, pure and genuine, being thus mingled with matter and replete with the deformity of its subject? Some souls therefore genuinely participate the gifts of love, and by others these gifts are perverted. For as according to Plotinus the deflection of intellect produces craft, and an erroneous participation of wisdom sophistry, so likewise the illumination of love, when it meets with a depraved recipient, produces a tyrannic and intemperate life. Chapter 41. In another part likewise of the same admirable commentary, Proclus presents us, as he says, with some of the more arcane assertions concerning love, and these are as follow. Love is neither to be placed in the first nor among the last of beings. Not in the first, because the object of love is superior to love, nor yet among the last, because the lover participates of love. It is requisite therefore that love should be established between the object of love and the lover, and that it should be posterior to the beautiful, but prior to every nature endued with love. Where then does it first subsist? How does it extend itself through the universe? And with what monads does it leap forth? There are three hypostases therefore among the intelligible and occult gods. And the first indeed is characterized by the good, understanding the good itself, and residing in that place where, according to the oracle, the paternal monad abides. But the second is characterized by wisdom, where the first intelligence flourishes, and the third by the beautiful, where, as Timaeus says, the most beautiful of intelligibles abides. There are, however, three monads according to these intelligible causes, subsisting uniformly and causally in intelligibles, but first unfolding themselves into light in the ineffable order of the gods, I mean faith, truth, and love. And faith indeed establishes all things in good, but truth unfolds all the knowledge in beings, and lastly, love converts all things and congregates them into the nature of the beautiful. This triad indeed thence proceeds through all the orders of the gods, and imparts to all things by its light a union with intelligible itself. It also unfolds itself differently in different orders, everywhere combining its powers with the peculiarities of the gods, and among some it subsists ineffably, incomprehensibly, and unifically, but among others as the cause of connecting and binding, and among others as endued with a perfective and forming power. Here again it subsists intellectually and paternally, but there in a manner entirely motive, vivific and effective; here as governing and assimilating; there in a liberated and undefiled manner; and elsewhere according to a multiplied and dividing mode. Love, therefore, supernally descends from intelligibles to mundane natures, calling all things upwards to divine beauty. Truth also proceeds through all things, illuminating all things with knowledge; and lastly, faith proceeds through the universe, establishing all things uniquely in good. Hence the Chaldean oracles assert that all things are governed by, and abide in, these; and on this account they order theurgists to conjoin themselves to divinity through this triad. Intelligibles themselves, indeed, do not require the amatory medium, on account of their ineffable union; but where there is a union, and separation of beings, there also love abides. For it is the binder and conciliator of natures posterior and prior to itself, but the converter of subsequent into prior, and the elevating and perfecting cause of imperfect natures. The Chaldean oracles therefore speak of love as binding and residing in all things; and hence if it connects all things, it also copulates us with the governments of daemons. But Diotima in the Banquet calls love a great daemon, because it everywhere fills up the medium between desiring and desirable natures; and indeed that which is the object of love vindicates to itself the first order, but that which loves is in the third order from the beloved object. Lastly, love usurps a middle situation between each, congregating and collecting together that which desires and that which is desired, and filling subordinate from better natures. But among the intelligible and occult Gods, it unites intelligible intellect to the first and secret beauty by a certain life better than intelligence. Hence the theologist of the Greeks, Orpheus, calls this love blind; for he says, "In his breast feeding, eyeless, rapid love." But in natures posterior to intelligibles, it imparts by illumination an indissoluble bond to all things perfected by itself. For a bond is a certain union, but accompanied with much separation. On this account the Chaldean oracles are accustomed to call the fire of this love a copulator; for proceeding from intelligible intellect it binds all following natures to each other and to itself. Hence it conjoins all the Gods with intelligible beauty, and daemons with Gods; but it conjoins us both with Gods and daemons. In the Gods indeed it has a primary subsistence, in daemons a secondary one, and in partial souls a subsistence through a certain third procession from principles. Again, in the Gods it subsists above essence, for every genus of Gods is superessential; but in daemons it subsists according to essence, and in souls according to illumination. And this triple order appears similar to the triple power of intellect. For one intellect subsists as imparticipable, being exempt from all partial genera; but another as participated, of which also the souls of the Gods participate as of a better nature; and another is from this ingenerated in souls, and which is indeed their perfection. And these three distinctions of intellect Timaeus himself indicates. Hence, that love which subsists in the Gods must be considered as analogous to imparticipable intellect; for this is exempt from all the beings which receive and are illuminated by its nature. But demoniacal love is analogous to participated intellect; for this is essential and is perfected from itself, in the same manner as participated intellect is proximately resident in souls. And the third love is analogous to intellect, which subsists as a habit, and which inserts an illumination in souls; nor is it unjustly that we consider love as coordinate with this intellectual difference. For in intelligible intellect it possesses its first and occult subsistence, and if it thence sleeps forth, it is also established there according to cause. It likewise appears to me that Plato, finding that intelligible intellect was called by Orpheus both love and a great demon, was himself pleased to celebrate love in a similar manner. Very properly therefore does Diotima call it a great demon, and Socrates conjoins the discourse about love with that concerning demons. For as everything demoniacal is suspended from the amatory medium, so likewise the discourse concerning a demoniacal nature is conjoined with that concerning love, and is allied to it. For love is a medium between the object of love and the lover, and a demon is a medium between man and divinity. Chapter 42. The nature of demons, therefore, remains in the next place to be more fully disclosed. For the reader has been already presented with some very important information concerning them in the discussion of the sublunary gods. As there is no vacuum then in corporeal, so neither in incorporeal natures. Hence, between divine essences, which are the first of things, and partial essences such as ours, which are nothing more than the dregs of the rational nature, there must necessarily be a middle rank of beings, in order that divinity may be connected with man, and that the progression of things may form an entire whole, suspended like the golden chain of Homer from the summit of Olympus. This middle rank of beings, considered according to a twofold division, consists of demons and heroes, the latter of which is proximate to partial souls such as ours, and the former to divine natures, just as air and water subsist between fire and earth. Hence, whatever is ineffable and occult in the gods, demons and heroes express and unfold. They likewise conciliate all things, and are the sources of the harmonic consent and sympathy of all things with each other. They transmit divine gifts to us, and equally carry back ours to the divinities. But the characteristics of divine natures are unity, permanency in themselves, a subsistence as an immovable cause of motion, transcendent providence, and which possesses nothing in common with the subjects of their providential energies. And these characteristics are preserved in them according to essence, power, and energy. On the other hand, the characteristics of partial souls are a declination to multitude and motion, a conjunction with the gods, an aptitude to receive something from other natures, and to mingle together all things in itself and through itself. And these characteristics they also possess according to essence, power, and energy. Such then being the peculiarities of the two extremes, we shall find that those of demons are to contain in themselves the gifts of divine natures, in a more inferior manner indeed than the gods, but yet so as to comprehend the conditions of subordinate natures under the idea of a divine essence. In other words, the prerogatives of deity characterize and absorb, as it were, by their powerful light, whatever demons possess peculiar to inferior beings. Hence they are multiplied indeed, but unitedly, mingled, but yet so that the unmingled predominates, and are moved, but with stability. On the contrary, heroes possess unity, identity, permanency, and every excellence under the condition of multitude, motion, and mixture. Videre licet, the prerogatives of subordinate predominate in these over the characteristics of superior natures, yet so as never to induce a cessation of energy about, or oblivion of, divinity. In short, demons and heroes are composed of the properties of the two extremes, gods and partial souls. But in demons there is more of the divine, and in heroes more of the human nature. Having premised thus much, I shall next present the reader with all the information I have been able to collect from the most genuine Platonists, and especially from Proclus, on the nature of this middle order of beings. In the first place, therefore, what follows on this subject is derived from the manuscript Commentary of Proclus on the First Alcibiades, in which extract also the nature of the demon of Socrates is unfolded, about which modern wit has been so much puzzled and so egregiously mistaken. Let us now speak first concerning demons in general, secondly concerning those that are allotted us in common, and thirdly concerning the demon of Socrates. For it is always requisite that demonstrations should begin from things more universal, and proceed from these as far as to individuals. For this mode of proceeding is natural, and is more adapted to science. Demons, therefore, deriving their first subsistence from the vivific goddess, Juno, and flowing from thence as from a certain fountain, are allotted an essence characterized by soul. This essence, in those of a superior order, is more intellectual and more perfect, according to Hipparchus. In those of a middle order, it is more rational. And in those which rank in the third degree, and which subsist at the extremity of the demoniacal order, it is various, more irrational, and more material. Possessing therefore an essence of this kind, they are distributed in conjunction with the gods, as being allotted a power ministrant to deity. Hence they are in one way subservient to the liberated gods, who are the leaders of wholes prior to the world, and in another to the mundane gods, who proximately preside over the parts of the universe. For there is one division of demons according to the 12 supercelestial gods, and another according to all the peculiarities of the mundane gods. For every mundane god is the leader of a certain demoniacal order, to which he proximately imparts his power. Videlicet, if he is a demiurgic god, he imparts a demiurgic power; if immutable, an undefiled power; if telesiurgic, a perfective power. And about each of the divinities there is an innumerable multitude of demons, and which are dignified with the same appellations as their leading gods. Hence they rejoice when they are called by the names of Jupiter, Apollo, and Hermes, etc., as expressing the peculiarity of their proper deities. And from these, mortal natures also participate of divine influxions. And thus animals and plants are fabricated, bearing the images of different gods, demons proximately imparting to these the representations of their leaders. But the gods, in an exempt manner, supernally preside over demons, and through this, last natures sympathize with such as are first. For the representations of first are seen in last natures, and the causes of things that are last are comprehended in primary beings. The middle genera too of demons give completion to wholes, the communion of which they bind and connect, participating indeed of the gods, but participated by mortal natures. He therefore will not err who asserts that the mundane artificer established the centres of the order of the universe in demons, since Diotima also assigns them this order, videlicet, that of binding together divine and mortal natures, of deducing supernal streams, elevating all secondary natures to the gods, and giving completion to wholes through the connection of a medium. Hence we must not assent to their doctrine, who say that demons are the souls of men that have changed the present life. For it is not proper to consider a demoniacal nature according to habitude, as the same with a nature essentially demoniacal, nor to assert that the perpetual medium of all mundane natures consists from a life conversant with multiform mutations. For a demoniacal guard subsists always the same, connecting the mundane wholes, but soul does not always thus retain its own order, as Socrates says in the Republic, since at different times it chooses different lives. Nor do we praise those who make certain of the gods to be demons, such as the erratic gods, i.e. the planets, according to Amelius. But we are persuaded by Plato, who calls the gods the rulers of the universe, but subjects to them the herds of demons. And we shall everywhere preserve the doctrine of Diotima, who assigns the middle order between all divine and mortal natures to a demoniacal essence. Let this then be the conception respecting the whole of the demoniacal order in common. End of chapter 42. Chapters 43 to 45 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. In the next place, let us speak concerning the demons, who are allotted the superintendence of mankind. For of these demons, which, as we have said, rank in the middle order, the first and highest are divine demons, and who often appear as gods, through their transcendent similitude to the divinities. For, in short, that which is first in every order preserves the form of the nature prior to itself. Thus the first intellect is a god, and the most ancient of souls is intellectual. Hence the highest genus of demons, as being proximate to the gods, is uniform and divine. The next to these in order are those demons who participate of an intellectual peculiarity, and preside over the ascent and descent of souls, and who unfold into light and deliver to all things the productions of the gods. The third are those who distribute the productions of divine souls to secondary natures, and complete the bond of those that receive effluxions from thence. The fourth are those that transmit the efficacious powers of whole natures to things generated and corrupted, and who inspire partial natures with life, order, reasons, and the all various perfect operations which things mortal are able to effect. The fifth are corporeal, and bind together the extremes in bodies. For how can perpetual accord with corruptible bodies, and efficience with effects, except through this medium? For it is this ultimate nature which has dominion over corporeal goods, and provides for all natural prerogatives. The sixth in order are those that revolve about matter, connect the powers which descend from celestial to sublunary matter, perpetually guard this matter, and defend the shadowy representation of forms which it contains. Demons, therefore, as Diotima also says, being many and all various, the highest of them conjoin souls proceeding from their father to their leading gods. For every god, as we have said, is the leader in the first place of demons, and in the next of partial souls. For the demiurgos disseminated these, as Timaeus says, into the sun and moon, and the other instruments of time. These divine demons, therefore, are those which are essentially allotted to souls, and conjoin them to their proper leaders. And every soul, though it revolves together with its leading deity, requires a demon of this kind. But demons of the second rank preside over the ascensions and descensions of souls, and from these the souls of the multitude derive their elections. For the most perfect souls, who are conversant with generation in an undefiled manner, as they choose a life conformable to their presiding god, so they live according to a divine demon, who conjoined them to their proper deity when they dwelt on high. Hence the Egyptian priest admired Plotinus as being governed by a divine demon. To souls, therefore, who live as those that will shortly return to the intelligible world whence they came, the supernal is the same with the daemon, which attends them here. But to imperfect souls, the essential is different from the daemon that attends them at their birth. If these things then are rightly asserted, we must not assent to those who make our rational soul a daemon. For a daemon is different from man, as Diotima says, who places daemons between gods and men, and as Socrates also evinces when he divides the demoniacal oppositely to the human nature. "For," says he, "not a human, but a demoniacal obstacle detains me." But man is a soul using the body as an instrument. A daemon, therefore, is not the same with the rational soul. This also is evident from Plato in the Timaeus, where he says that intellect has in us the relation of a daemon. But this is only true as far as pertains to analogy. For a daemon, according to essence, is different from a daemon according to analogy. For in many instances, that which proximately presides, subsisting in the order of a daemon with respect to that which is inferior, is called a daemon. Thus Jupiter in Orpheus calls his father Saturn an illustrious daemon, and Plato in the Timaeus calls those gods who proximately preside over and orderly distribute the realms of generation, daemons. "For," says he, "to speak concerning other daemons and to know their generation exceeds the ability of human nature." But a daemon, according to analogy, is that which proximately presides over anything, though it should be a god, or though it should be some one of the natures posterior to the gods. And the soul that through similitude to the demoniacal genus produces energies more wonderful than those which belong to human nature, and which suspends the whole of its life from daemons, is a daemon. Kata schesin, according to habitude, id proximity or alliance. Thus, as it appears to me, Socrates in the Republic calls those daemons who have lived well, and who in consequence of this are transferred to a better condition of being, and to more holy places. But an essential daemon is neither called a daemon through habitude to secondary natures, nor through an assimilation to something different from itself, but is allotted this peculiarity from himself, and is defined by a certain hyparxis, by appropriate powers, and by different modes of energies. In short, the rational soul is called in the Timaeus the daemon of the animal, but we investigate the daemon of man, and not of the animal. That which governs the rational soul itself, and not its instrument, and that which leads the soul to its judges after the dissolution of the animal, as Socrates says in the Phaedo. For when the animal is no more, the daemon which the soul was allotted while connected with the body conducts it to its judge. For if the soul possesses that daemon while living in the body, which is said to lead it to judgment after death, this daemon must be the daemon of the man, and not of the animal alone. To which we may add, that beginning from on high, it governs the whole of our composition. Nor again, dismissing the rational soul, must it be said that a daemon is that which energizes in the soul, as for instance, that in those who live according to reason, reason is the daemon; in those that live according to anger, the irascible part; and in those that live according to desire, the epithymetic or desiring part. Nor must it be said that the nature which proximately presides over that which energizes in our life is a daemon, as for instance that reason is the daemon of the irascible, and anger of those that live according to desire. For, in the first place, to assert that daemons are parts of our soul is to admire human life in an improper degree, and oppose the division of Socrates in the Republic, who after gods and demons places the heroic and human race, and blames the poets for introducing in their poems heroes in no respect better than men, but subject to similar passions. By this accusation, therefore, it is plain that Socrates was very far from thinking that demons, who are of a sublimer order than heroes, are to be ranked among the parts and powers of the soul. For from this doctrine it will follow that things essentially more excellent give completion to such as are subordinate. And in the second place, from this hypothesis, mutations of lives would also introduce multiform mutations of demons. For the avaricious character is frequently changed into an ambitious life, this again into a life which is formed by right opinion, and this last into a scientific life. The demon therefore will vary according to these changes, for the energizing part will be different at different times. If therefore either this energizing part itself is a demon, or that part which has an arrangement prior to it, demons will be changed together with the mutation of human life, and the same person will have many demons in one life, which is of all things the most impossible. For the soul never changes in one life the government of its demon, but it is the same demon which presides over us till we are brought before the judges of our conduct, as also Socrates asserts in the Phaedo. Again, those who consider a partial intellect, or that intellect which subsists at the extremity of the intellectual order, as the same with the demon which is assigned to man, appear to me to confound the intellectual peculiarity with the demoniacal essence. For all demons subsist in the extent of souls, and rank as the next in order to divine souls. But the intellectual order is different from that of soul, and is neither allotted the same essence, nor power, nor energy. Further still, this also may be said, that souls enjoy intellect then only when they convert themselves to it, receive its light, and conjoin their own with intellectual energy, but they experience the presiding care of a demoniacal nature through the whole of life, and in everything which proceeds from fate and providence. For it is the demon that governs the whole of our life, and that fulfills the elections which we made prior to generation, together with the gifts of fate, and of those gods that preside over fate. It is likewise the demon that supplies and measures the illuminations from providence. And as souls indeed, we are suspended from intellect, but as souls using the body, we require the aid of a demon. Hence Plato in the Phaedrus calls intellect the governor of the soul, but he everywhere calls a demon the inspector and guardian of mankind. And no one who considers the affair rightly will find any other one and proximate providence of everything pertaining to us, besides that of a demon. For intellect, as we have said, is participated by the rational soul, but not by the body, and nature is participated by the body, but not by the dianoetic part. And further still, the rational soul rules over anger and desire, but it has no dominion over fortuitous events. But the demon alone moves, governs, and orderly disposes all our affairs. For he gives perfection to reason, measures the passions, inspires nature, connects the body, supplies things fortuitous, accomplishes the decrees of fate, and imparts the gifts of providence. In short, he is the king of everything in and about us, and is the pilot of the whole of our life. And thus much concerning our allotted demons. Chapter 44. In the next place, with respect to the demon of Socrates, these three things are to be particularly considered. First, that he not only ranks as a demon, but also as a god. For in the first Alcibiades, Socrates clearly says, quote, "I have long been of opinion that the god did not as yet direct me to hold any conversation with you." Close quote. He calls the same power therefore a demon and a god. And in the Apology he more clearly evinces that this demon is allotted a divine transcendency, considered as ranking in a demoniacal order. And this is what we before said, that the demons of divine souls, and who make choice of an intellectual and elevating life, are divine, transcending the whole of a demoniacal genus, and being the first participants of the gods. For, as is a demon among gods, such also is a god among demons. Among the divinities, however, the hyparxis is divine, but in demons, on the contrary, the peculiarity of their essence is demoniacal. But the analogy which they bear to divinity evinces their essence to be godlike. For on account of their transcendency with respect to other demons, they frequently appear as gods. With great propriety therefore does Socrates call his demon a god, for he belonged to the first and highest demons. Hence Socrates was most perfect, being governed by such a presiding power, and conducting himself by the will of such a leader and guardian of his life. This then was one of the illustrious prerogatives of the demon of Socrates. The second was this, that Socrates perceived a certain voice proceeding from his demon. For this is asserted by him in the Theaetetus and in the Phaedrus. This voice also is the signal from the demon, which he speaks of in the Theages. And again in the Phaedrus, when he was about to pass over the river, he experienced the accustomed signal from the demon. What then does Socrates indicate by these assertions, and what was the voice through which he says the demon signified to him his will? In the first place, we must say that Socrates, through his dianoetic power, and his science of things, enjoyed the inspiration of his demon, who continually recalled him to divine love. In the second place, in the affairs of life, Socrates supernally directed his providential attention to more imperfect souls. And, according to the energy of his demon, he received the light proceeding from thence, neither in his dianoetic part alone, nor in his doxastic powers, but also in his spirit, the illumination of the demon suddenly diffusing itself through the whole of his life, and now moving sense itself. For it is evident that reason, imagination, and sense enjoy the same energy differently, and that each of our inward parts is passive too, and is moved by the demon in a peculiar manner. The voice therefore did not act upon Socrates externally with passivity, but the demoniacal inspiration proceeding inwardly through his whole soul, and diffusing itself as far as to the organs of sense, became at last a voice, which was rather recognized by consciousness than by sense. For such are the illuminations of good demons and the gods. In the third place, let us consider the peculiarity of the demon of Socrates, for it never exhorted, but perpetually recalled him. This also must be again referred to the Socratic life, for it is not a property common to our allotted demons, but was the characteristic of the guardian of Socrates. We must say therefore that the beneficent and philanthropic disposition of Socrates, and his great promptitude with respect to the communication of good, did not require the exhortation of the demon. For he was impelled from himself, and was ready at all times to impart to all men the most excellent life. But since many of those that came to him were unadapted to the pursuit of virtue and the science of wholes, his governing good demon restrained him from a providential care of such as these, just as a good charioteer alone restrains the impetus of a horse naturally well adapted for the race, but does not stimulate him, in consequence of his being excited to motion from himself, and not requiring the spur, but the bridle. And hence Socrates, from his great readiness to benefit those with whom he conversed, rather required a recalling than an exciting demon. For the inaptitude of auditors, which is for the most part concealed from human sagacity, requires a demoniacal discrimination, and the knowledge of favorable opportunities can by this alone be accurately announced to us. Socrates, therefore, being naturally impelled to good, alone required to be recalled in his unseasonable impulses. But farther still, it may be said that of demons, some are allotted a purifying and undefiled power, others a perfective, and others a demiurgic power, and in short, they are divided according to the characteristic peculiarities of the gods, and the powers under which they are arranged. Each likewise, according to his hyparxis, incites the object of his providential care to a blessed life, some of them moving us to an attention to inferior concerns, and others restraining us from action and an energy verging to externals. It appears, therefore, that the demon of Socrates, being allotted this peculiarity, videre licet cathartic, and the source of an undefiled life, and being arranged under this power of Apollo, and uniformly presiding over the whole of purification, separated also Socrates from too much commerce with the vulgar, and a life extending itself into multitude. But it led him into the depths of his soul, and an energy undefiled by subordinate natures. And hence it never exhorted, but perpetually recalled him. For what else is to recall than to withdraw him from the multitude to inward energy? And of what is this the peculiarity except of purification? Indeed, it appears to me that as Orpheus places the Apolloniacal monad over King Bacchus, which recalls him from a progression into titanic multitude, and a desertion of his royal throne, in like manner the demon of Socrates conducted him to an intellectual place of survey, and restrained his association with the multitude. For the demon is analogous to Apollo, being his attendant, but the intellect of Socrates to Bacchus, for our intellect is the progeny of the power of this divinity. Chapter 45. From the manuscript Scholia, also of Proclus on the Cratylus, we derive the following important information concerning this order of beings, who connect the divine and human nature together. Of the genera posterior to the gods, and which are indeed their perpetual attendants, but produce in conjunction with them mundane fabrications from on high, as far as to the last of things. Of these genera, some unfold generation into light, others are transporters of union, others of power, and others call forth the knowledge of the gods, and an intellectual essence. But of these some are called angelic, by those that are skillful in divine concerns, in consequence of being established according to the hyparxis itself of the gods, and making that which is uniform in their nature commensurate with things of a secondary rank. Hence the angelic tribe is boniform, as unfolding into light the occult goodness of the gods. Others among these are called by theologists demoniacal, as binding the middle of all things, and as distributing divine power, and producing it as far as to the last of things. For Daisai is ta merisai. But this genus possesses abundance of power, and is multifarious, as giving subsistence to those last demons, who are material, who draw down souls, and proceed to the most partial and material form of energy. Others again are denominated by them heroic, who lead human souls on high through love, and who are the suppliers of an intellectual life, of magnitude of operation and transcendency of wisdom. In short, they are allotted a convertive order and providence, and an alliance to a divine intellect, to which they also convert secondary natures. Hence they are allotted this appellation, as being able to raise and extend souls to the gods. Os airen kai anatenin tas psukas epi theus dunamena. These triple genera posterior to are indeed always suspended from the gods, but they are divided from each other, and some of them are essentially intellectual, others are essentialized in rational souls, and others subsist in irrational and fantastic lives, i.e., in lives characterized by imagination. It is also evident that such of them as are intellectual are allotted a prudence or wisdom transcending that of human nature, and which is eternally conjoined with the objects of their intellection. But such of them as are rational energize discursively according to prudence, and the irrational kind are destitute of prudence, for they dwell in matter and the darkest parts of the universe. They also bind souls to image-producing bosoms. Kai sunde tas psukas tois edolapois kolpois, and strangle such as are brought into that region until they have suffered the punishment which is their due. These three genera, therefore, which are more excellent than us, Socrates now calls demons. And thus much concerning these triple genera according to Proclus. Again, with respect to demons properly so called, there are three species of them according to the Platonic theology, the first of which is rational only, and the last is irrational only. But the middle species is partly rational and partly irrational. And again of these the first is perfectly beneficent, but many among the other two species are malevolent and noxious to mankind. Not indeed essentially malevolent, for there is nothing in the universe, the ample abode of all bountiful Jove, essentially evil, but only so from the office which they are destined to perform. For nothing which operates naturally operates as to itself evilly. But the Platonic Hermes, in his manuscript commentary on the Phaedrus, and on that part of it in which Plato says, quote, "There are indeed other evils besides these, but a certain demon immediately mingles pleasure with most of them," close quote, admirably observes respecting demons as follows, quote, "The distribution of good and evil originates from the demoniacal genus. For every genus transcending that of demons uniformly possesses good. There are therefore certain genera of demons, some of which adorn and administer certain parts of the world, but others certain species of animals. Hence the demon, who is the inspective guardian of life, hastens souls into that condition which he himself is allotted, as for instance into injustice or intemperance, and continually mingles pleasure in them as a snare. But there are other demons transcending these, who are the punishers of souls, converting them to a more perfect and elevated life. And the first of these it is necessary to avoid, but the second sort we should render propitious. There are other demons, however, more excellent than these, who distribute good in an uniform manner." Close quote. Farther still, Plato in the Phaedo says, quote, "That the demon of each person, which was allotted to him while living, endeavors to lead each to a certain place, where it is necessary that all of them, being collected together, after they have been judged, should proceed to Hades, together with their leader, who is ordered to conduct them from hence thither. But there, receiving the allotments proper to their condition, and abiding for a necessary time, another leader brings them back hither again in many and long periods of time." Close quote. Olympiodorus, in his manuscript commentary on that dialogue, observes on this passage as follows, quote, "Since there are in the universe things which subsist differently at different times, and since there are also natures which are conjoined with the superessential unities, it is necessary that there should be a certain middle genus, which is neither immediately suspended from deity, nor subsists differently at different times, according to better and worse, but which is always perfect, and does not depart from its proper virtue, and is immutable indeed, but is not conjoined with the superessential. The whole of this genus is demoniacal. There are also different genera of demons, for they are arranged under the mundane gods. The highest of these subsists according to the one of the gods, which is called an unific and divine genus of demons. The next according to the intellect, which is suspended from deity, and is called intellectual. The third subsists according to soul, and is called rational. The fourth according to nature, and is denominated physical. The fifth according to body, and is called corporeal formed. And the sixth according to matter, and this is denominated material. Or after another manner it may be said, that some of these are celestial, others ethereal, others aerial, others aquatic, others terrestrial, and others subterranean. With respect also to this division, it is evident that it is derived from the parts of the universe. But irrational demons originate from the aerial governors, whence also the Chaldean oracle says, Aerion elatera kunon chthonion te kai ugron. It est, quote, being the charioteer of the aerial, terrestrial, and aquatic dogs. Close quote. Our guardian demons, however, belong to that order of demons, which is arranged under the gods that preside over the ascent and descent of souls. Close quote. Olympiodorus further observes, quote, that the demon endeavors to lead the soul as exciting its conceptions and imaginations, at the same time, however, yielding to the self-motive power of the soul. But in consequence of the demon exciting, one soul follows voluntarily, another violently, and another according to a mode subsisting between these. There is also one demon who leads the soul to its judges from the present life, another who is ministrant to the judges, giving completion, as it were, to the sentence which is passed, and a third who is allotted the guardianship of life. Close quote. In the next place, with respect to irrational demons, it remains to investigate how they subsist. For if they derive their subsistence from the junior gods, how, since these are the fathers of mortal natures, are these demons immortal? But if from the demiurgos, how are they irrational? For he is the father of things in conjunction with intellect. This doubt is beautifully solved by Proclus as follows. Irrational demons derive their subsistence from the junior gods, yet are not on this account mortal, since of these gods some generate others. And perhaps the generated gods are called by Plato in the Timaeus demons, because those that are truly demons are produced by the junior gods. But they likewise proceed from the one demiurgos. For, as Timaeus says, he is the cause of all immortal natures. If, however, the demiurgos imparts intellect to all things, there is also in irrational demons an ultimate vestige of the intellectual peculiarity, so far as they have a facility of imagination. For this is the last echo, as it were, of intellect. And on this account, the fantasy is not improperly called by others passive intellect. Lastly, after essential heroes, an order of souls follows who proximately govern the affairs of men, and are demoniacal according to habitude or alliance, but not essentially. These souls likewise are the perpetual attendants of the gods, but they have not an essence wholly superior to man. Of this kind, as we are informed by Proclus in his manuscript scholia on the Cratylus, are the nymphs that sympathize with waters, Pans with the feet of goats, and the like. They also differ from those powers that are essentially of a demoniacal characteristic in this, that they assume a variety of shapes, each of the others immutably preserving one form, are subject to various passions, and are the causes of every kind of deception to mankind. Proclus likewise observes that the Minerva, which so often appeared to Ulysses and Telemachus, belonged to this order of souls. End of chapter 45. Chapters 46 to 48 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. After the triple genera that are the perpetual attendants of the gods, those human souls follow that are of an heroic characteristic, are undefiled, associating with generation, and abandoning their proper order, but for a little time. For the souls that descend and are defiled with vice are very remote from those that abide on high, with immaculate purity. The media therefore between these are the souls that descend indeed, but without defilement, since it is not lawful for the contrary to take place, videre licet, to be defiled with vice, and yet to abide on high. For evil is not in the gods, but in the regions of mortality and material affairs. The first genus of souls, therefore, is divine. For everywhere that which is the recipient of deity has a ruling and leading order, in essences, in intellects, in souls, and in bodies. But the second genus of souls is always conjoined to the gods, in order that through this those that sometimes depart from may again be recalled to them. The third genus is that which descends indeed into generation, but descends with purity, exchanges a more divine life for one of a subordinate nature, but is exempt from vice, and liberated from the dominion of the passions. For this genus exists in continuity with that which always abides on high, and is always undefiled. And the fourth and last genus is that of the souls of the bulk of mankind, which wanders abundantly, descends as far as to Tartarus, and is again excited from thence. It likewise evolves all various forms of life, uses a variety of manners, is under the influence of different passions at different times, and assumes the forms of demons, men, and irrational animals. At the same time, however, it is corrected and amended by justice, recurs from earth to heaven, and is led round from matter to intellect, but according to certain orderly periods of wholes. Plotinus beautifully alludes to this undefiled genus of human souls in the 9th book of his 5th Ennead, on intellect, ideas, and being, as follows. Quote, "Since all men from their birth employ sense prior to intellect, and are necessarily first conversant with sensibles, some proceeding no farther pass through life, considering these as the first and last of things, and apprehending that whatever is painful among these is evil, and whatever is pleasant is good, thus thinking it sufficient to pursue the one and avoid the other. Those too among them who pretend to a greater share of reason than others, esteem this to be wisdom, being affected in a manner similar to more heavy birds, who, collecting many things from the earth, and being oppressed with the weight, are unable to fly on high, though they have received wings for this purpose from nature. But others are in a small degree elevated from things subordinate, the more excellent part of the soul recalling them from pleasure to a more worthy pursuit. As they are, however, unable to look on high, and as not possessing anything else which can afford them rest, they betake themselves, together with the name of virtue, to actions and the election of things inferior, from which they at first endeavoured to raise themselves, though in vain. In the third class is the race of divine men, who, through a more excellent power and with piercing eyes, acutely perceive supernal light, to the vision of which they raise themselves above the clouds and darkness, as it were, of this lower world, and there abiding, despise everything in these regions of sense, being no otherwise delighted with the place which is truly and properly their own, than he who after many wanderings is at length restored to his lawful country. These undefiled souls are called by the author of the Golden Verses, terrestrial demons, because, as Hierocles observes, they are by nature men, but by habitude demons, and possess a scientific knowledge of divinity. For since all men are terrestrial, as ranking in the third degree of rational beings, but all are not skilful, daimonon, and wise, the author of the verses very properly calls wise men both terrestrial and demons conjointly. For neither are all men wise, nor are all the beings that are wise men, but the illustrious heroes and the immortal gods, being naturally more excellent than men, are wise and good. The verses therefore exhort us to reverence those men who are co-arranged with the divine genera, and who, according to habitude, are equal to angels and demons, and are similar to the illustrious heroes. Plato, in the Cratylus, calls these undefiled souls both demons and heroes, and speaks of them as follows. Socrates, do you not know who those demons are, which Hesiod speaks of? Hermogenes, I do not. Socrates, and are you ignorant that he says the golden race of men was first generated? Hermogenes, this I know. Socrates, he says therefore that after this race was concealed by fate, it produced demons denominated holy, terrestrial, good, expellers of evil, and guardians of mortal men. Hermogenes, but what then? Socrates, I think indeed that he calls it a golden race, not as naturally consisting of gold, but as being beautiful and good. I infer this, however, from his denominating our race an iron one. Hermogenes, you speak the truth. Socrates, do you not therefore think that if any one of the present times should appear to be good, Hesiod would say he belonged to the golden race? Hermogenes, it is probable he would. Socrates, but are the good any other than such as are intellectually prudent? Hermogenes, they are not. Socrates, on this account, therefore, as it appears to me, more than any other he calls them demons, because they were prudent and learned. Daimones. And in our ancient tongue, this very name is to be found. Hence both he and many other poets speak in a becoming manner, when they say that a good man after death will receive a mighty destiny, and renown, and will become a demon, according to the surname of prudence. I therefore assert the same, that every good man is learned and skilful, that he is demoniacal both while living and when dead, and that he is properly denominated a demon. Hermogenes, and I also, Socrates, seem to myself to agree with you perfectly in this particular. But what does the name hero signify? Socrates, this is by no means difficult to understand, for this name is very little different from its original, evincing that its generation is derived from love. Hermogenes, how is this? Socrates, do you not know that heroes are demigods? Hermogenes, what then? Socrates, all of them were doubtless generated either from the love of a god towards a mortal maid, or from the love of a man towards a goddess. If, therefore, you consider this matter according to the ancient Attic tongue, you will more clearly understand the truth of this derivation. For it will be evident to you that the word hero is derived from love, with a trifling mutation for the sake of the name. Close quote. The meaning of Plato in this passage, and also the characteristic properties of terrestrial heroes, are beautifully unfolded by Proclus as follows, in his very rare and invaluable manuscript Scholia on the Cratylus. Quote, everywhere the extremities of a prior are conjoined with the summits of a secondary order. Thus, for instance, our master Hermes, O despotes, Aemon, Hermes, being an archangelic monad, is celebrated as a god. But Plato calls the whole extent between gods and men demons. And they indeed are demons by nature. Those demons, however, that are now mentioned, together with the demigods, heroes, are not demons and heroes by nature, for they do not always follow the gods, but they are only so from habitude, being souls who naturally deliver themselves to generation, such as was the great Hercules and others of the like kind. But the peculiarity of heroic souls is magnitude of operation, elevation, and magnificence. Such heroes also it is necessary to honor and to perform funeral rites to their memory, conformably to the exhortation of the Athenian guest in the Laws. This heroic genus of souls, therefore, does not always follow the gods, but is undefiled and more intellectual than other souls, and it descends indeed for the benefit of the life of men, as partaking of a destiny inclining downwards, but it has much of an elevated nature, and which is properly liberated from matter. Hence souls of this kind are easily led back to the intelligible world, in which they live for many periods, while on the contrary, the more irrational kind of souls are either never led back, or this is accomplished with great difficulty, or continues for a very inconsiderable period of time. Each of the gods, indeed, is perfectly exempt from secondary natures, and the first and more total of demons are likewise established above a habitude of this kind. They employ, however, terrestrial and partial spirits in the generations of some of the human race, not physically mingling with mortals, but moving nature, perfecting its power, expanding the path of generation, and removing all impediments. Fables, therefore, through the similitude of appellation, conceal the things themselves. For spirits of this kind are similarly denominated with the gods, the leading causes of their series. Hence they say either that gods have connection with women, or men with goddesses. But if they were willing to speak plainly and clearly, they would say that Venus, Mars, Thetis, and the other divinities produce their respective series, beginning from on high as far as to the last of things, each of which series comprehends in itself many essences differing from each other, such as the angelical, demoniacal, heroical, nymphical, and the like. The lowest powers, therefore, of these orders have much communion with the human race, for the extremities of first are connascent with the summits of secondary natures, and they contribute to our other natural operations, and to the production of our species. On this account it is frequently seen that from the mixture of these powers with men, heroes are generated, who appear to possess a certain prerogative above human nature. Not only a demoniacal genus, however, of this kind physically sympathizes with men, but a different genus sympathizes with other animals, as nymphs with trees, others with fountains, and others with stags or serpents. But how is it that at one time the gods are said to have connection with mortal females, and at another time mortal females with the gods? We reply that the communion of gods with goddesses gives subsistence to gods or demons eternally, but heroic souls having a twofold form of life, viz. Doxastic and dianoetic, the former of which is called by Plato in the Timaeus the circle of difference, and the latter the circle of sameness, and which are characterized by the properties of male and female. Hence, these souls at one time exhibit a deiform power, by energizing according to the masculine prerogative of their nature, or the circle of sameness, and at another time according to their feminine prerogative, or the circle of difference. Yet so as that according to both these energies they act with rectitude and without merging themselves in the darkness of body. They likewise know the natures prior to their own, and exercise a providential care over inferior concerns, without at the same time having that propensity to such concerns which is found in the bulk of mankind. But the souls which act erroneously according to the energies of both these circles, or which, in other words, neither exhibit accurate specimens of practical nor of intellectual virtue, these differ in no respect from gregarious souls, or the herd of mankind, with whom the circle of sameness is fettered, and the circle of difference sustains all various fractions and distortions. As it is impossible, therefore, that these heroic souls can act with equal vigor and perfection, according to both these circles at once, since this is the province of natures more divine than the human, it is necessary that they should sometimes descend and energize principally according to their doxastic part, and sometimes according to their more intellectual part. Hence, one of these circles must energize naturally, and the other be hindered from its proper energy. On this account, heroes are called demigods, as having only one of their circles illuminated by the gods. Such of these, therefore, as have the circle of sameness unfettered, as are excited to an intellectual life, and are moved about it according to a deific energy, these are said to have a god for their father and a mortal for their mother, through a defect with respect to the doxastic form of life. But such, on the contrary, as energize without impediment according to the circle of difference, who act with becoming rectitude in practical affairs, and at the same time enthusiastically, or in other words under the inspiring influence of divinity, these are said to have a mortal for their father, and a goddess for their mother. In short, rectitude of energy in each of these circles is to be ascribed to a divine cause. Hence, when the circle of sameness has dominion, the divine cause of illumination is said to be masculine and paternal. But when the circle of difference predominates, it is said to be maternal. Hence too, Achilles in Homer acts with rectitude in practical affairs, and at the same time exhibits specimens of magnificent, vehement, and divinely inspired energy, as being the son of a goddess. And such is his attachment to practical virtue, that even when in Hades he desires a union with body, that he may assist his father. While, on the contrary, Minos and Rhadamanthus, who were heroes illuminated by Jupiter, raised themselves from generation to true being, and meddled with mortal concerns no further than absolute necessity required. In the last place, Proclus adds that heroes are very properly denominated from love, since love is a great demon, and from the cooperation of demons heroes are produced. To which may also be added that love originated from plenty as the more excellent cause, and from poverty as the recipient and the worse cause, and heroes are analogously produced from different genera. Plato, who was one of these heroes or demigods, was the offspring of Apollo in the way above explained by Proclus, as we are informed by Olympiodorus in his life of him. For he says, "It is reported that an Apolloniacal spectre had connection with Perictione, the mother of Plato, and that appearing in the night to Aristo, the father of Plato, it commanded him not to sleep with Perictione during the time of her pregnancy, which mandate Aristo obeyed." The like account of the divine origin of Plato is also given by Apuleius in his treatise on the dogmas of Plato, and by Plutarch in the 8th book of his Symposiacs. Epimenides likewise, Eudoxus, and Xenocrates asserted that Apollo, becoming connected with Parthenis, the mother of Pythagoras, and causing her to be pregnant, had, in consequence of this, predicted concerning Pythagoras by his priest. And thus much concerning those undefiled souls who were called by the ancients terrestrial demons, heroes, and demigods, and who descended into the regions of mortality for the benevolent purpose of benefiting those apostate souls, who are elegantly called by Empedocles heaven's exiles, straying from the orb of light. Chapter 47. The triple genera that are the perpetual attendants of the gods, and which have been unfolded in the preceding chapters, are indicated by the following division of time, in the first hypothesis of the Parmenides, from which division the one is shown to be exempt. Quote, "Do not the terms 'it was,' 'it has been,' 'it did become,' seem to signify the participation of the time past?" Certainly. And do not the terms 'it will be,' 'it may become,' and 'it will be generated,' signify that which is about to be hereafter? Certainly. But are not the terms 'it is' and 'it is becoming to be' marks of the present time? Entirely so. If then the one participates in no respect of any time, it neither ever was, nor has been, nor did become, nor is it now generated, nor is becoming to be, nor is, nor may become hereafter, nor will be generated, nor will be. It is most true. Close quote. The commentary of Proclus on this passage is as follows. Quote, "This division of time accords with the multitude of the divine genera, which are suspended from divine souls, videre licet, with angels, demons, and heroes. And in the first place, this division proceeds to them supernally, according to a triadic distribution into the present, past, and future. And in the next place, according to a distribution into 9, each of these 3 being again subdivided into 3. For the monad of souls is united to the one whole of time, but this is participated secondarily by the multitude of souls. And of this multitude, those participate of this whole totally that subsist according to the past, or the present, or the future, but those participate of it partially that are essentialized according to the differences of these. For to each of the wholes a multitude is coordinated, divided into things first, middle, and last. For a certain multitude subsists in conjunction with that which is established conformably to the past, the summit of which is according to the was, but the middle according to it has been, and the end according to it did become. With that also which is established according to the present, there is another multitude, the principal part of which is characterized by the is, the middle by it is generated, and the end by it is becoming to be. And there is another triad with that which subsists according to the future, the most elevated part of which is characterized by the will be, that which ranks in the middle by it may become, and the end by it will be generated. And thus there will be 3 triads proximately suspended from these 3 totalities, but all these are suspended from their monad. All these orders likewise, which are distributed according to the parts of time, energize according to the whole of time. This whole containing in itself triple powers, one of which is perfective of all motion, the second connects and guards things which are governed by it, and the third unfolds divine natures into light. For as all such things as are not eternal are led round in a circle, the wholeness or the monad of time perfects and connects their essence, and discloses to them the united infinity of eternity, evolving the contracted multitude which subsists in eternal natures. Whence also this apparent time, as Timaeus says, unfolds to us the measures of divine periods, perfects sensibles, and guards things which are generated in their proper numbers. Time, therefore, possesses triple powers prior to souls, videre licet, the perfective, the connective, and the unfolding, according to a similitude to eternity. For eternity, possessing a middle order in intelligibles, perfects the order posterior to itself, supplying it with union, but unfolds into light that which is prior to itself, producing into multitude its ineffable union, and connects the middle bond of intelligibles, and guards all things intransitively through its power. Time, therefore, receiving supernally the triple powers of eternity, imparts them to souls. Eternity, however, possesses this triad unitedly, but time both unitedly and distributively, and souls distributively alone. Hence of souls, some are characterized according to one, and others according to another power of time, some imitating its unfolding, others its perfective, and others its connective power. Thus also, with respect to the Fates, some of these being adapted to give completion and perfection to things are said to sing the past, always indeed energizing, and always singing their songs, being intellections and fabricative energies about the world. For the past is the source of completion. Others again of these are adapted to connect things present, for they guard the essence and the generation of these. And others are adapted to unfold the future, for they lead into essence and to an end that which as yet is not. We may also say, since there is an order of souls more excellent than ours, divided into such as are first, such as are middle, and such as are last, the most total of these are adapted to the past. For as this comprehends in itself the present and the future, so these souls comprehend in themselves the rest. But souls of a middle rank are adapted to the present, for this was once future, but is not yet the past. As therefore the present contains in itself the future, so these middle souls comprehend those posterior, but are comprehended in those prior to themselves. And souls of the third order correspond to the future, for this does not proceed through the present, nor has become the past, but is the future alone, just as these third souls are of themselves alone, but through falling into a more partial subsistence are by no means comprehensive of others, for they convolve the boundary according to a triadic division of the genera posterior to the Gods. The whole of the first triad, therefore, has the once, for this is the peculiarity of the past and of completion, but it is divided into the was, it was generated, and it did become. Again, therefore, of these three, the was signifies the summit of the triad, bounded according to hyparxis itself, but it was generated signifies an at once collected perfection, and it did become an extension in being perfected. These things being imitations of intelligibles, for the was is an imitation of being, it was generated of eternity, and it did become of that which is primarily eternal. For being is derived to all things from the first of these, a subsistence at once as all, and a whole from the second, and an extension into multitude from the third. Chapter 48. Having therefore unfolded to the reader the orders and characteristic properties of the mundane gods, and of the triple genera that are perpetually suspended from them, I shall in the next place present him with what Plato says in celebration of the divinity of the world, the great monad which comprehends all these, so far as the whole of it is a god, consisting of a superessential unity derived from the ineffable principle of all things, a divine intellect, a divine soul, and a deified body. In the Timaeus, then, Plato celebrates the world as a deity in the following manner, quote, "When therefore that God, who is an eternally reasoning divinity, cogitated about the God who at a certain time would exist, he fabricated his body smooth and equable, and every way from the middle equal and whole, and perfect from the composition of perfect bodies. But placing soul in the middle of the world, he extended it through the whole, and besides this, externally surrounded the body of the universe with soul, and causing circle to revolve in a circle, he established heaven, i.e. the world, one only, solitary nature, able through virtue to converse with itself, indigent of nothing external, and sufficiently known and friendly to itself. And on all these accounts the world was generated by him, a blessed God." The first part of this extract, as far as to the word quotes perfect bodies, is admirably elucidated by Proclus as follows. What is here said, imitating the one intellect which comprehends the intellection of wholes in one, collects all things into sameness, and refers to one summit all the fabrication of the corporeal system. It is necessary, therefore, that we should recall to our memory what has been already asserted. It has been said, then, that the elements, through analogy, rendered all things in concord with each other, that the universe was generated a whole consisting of wholes, that it is spherical and smooth, and has itself a knowledge of itself, and a motion in itself. Hence it is evident that the whole world is assimilated to its paradigm, all perfect animal. But the orderly distribution according to the wholes which it contains proceeds analogous to its second and third causes, and the number of its elements indeed, and the unifying bond of them, through analogy, corresponds to the essence which is without colour, without figure, and without contact, for number is there. The first wholeness of the world which adorns all things, and which consists of the wholes of the elements, proceeds analogous to the intellectual wholeness. Its sphericity is analogous to intellectual figure. Its sufficiency, intellectual motion, and sameness of convolution are analogous to the God who absorbs all his offspring in himself. Its animation corresponds to its vivific cause, rhea, and its possession of intellect is analogous to the demiurgic intellect, though from this all things proceed, and from the natures prior to it, different things being analogous to different causes. And the more excellent natures indeed are the causes of all that proceeds from secondary principles. But secondary principles are the causes of less numerous and less excellent effects. For with respect to the demiurgus himself, so far as he is intellectual, he produces all things intellectual. But so far as he is being, he is the father of all bodies and of everything incorporeal. And so far as he is a god, he also gives subsistence to matter itself. In what is now said, therefore, Plato makes a summary repetition of everything which the universe derives from the intellectual gods, and thus much concerning the whole theory. Let us survey, however, more particularly the truth of what is now said. When, therefore, Plato calls the demiurgus "an eternally reasoning being," he makes the essence and at the same time the intellection of him through which the world is perpetual to be eternal. It is requisite likewise to observe how he arranges the demiurgus among beings that always exist, assigning to him an eternal order, so that he will not be soul. For in the Laws, Plato says that soul is immortal indeed, and indestructible, but is not eternal. Hence it appears that every one who fancies soul is the demiurgus, is ignorant of the difference between the eternal and the indestructible. But reasoning is significant of distributed or divided fabrication, and the words "who at a certain time would exist" do not indicate a temporal beginning, as Atticus imagined they did, but an essence conjoined with time. For Plato says in this dialogue, that time was generated together with the universe, and the world is temporal, and time is mundane. For time and the world are consubsistent with each other, and co-produced from the one fabrication of things, and a temporal ever may be said to be at a certain time, when compared with that which is eternal, just as that which is generatively being is non-being, when compared with that which is intelligibly being. Though the world therefore exists through the whole of time, yet its being consists in becoming to be, and is in a part of time. But this is the pote, or the at a certain time, mentioned by Plato, and is not a simultaneous subsistence in all time, but is always at a certain time. For the eternal is always in the whole of eternity, but the temporal in a certain time is always differently in a different time. Hence the world, as with reference to an eternally existing God, is very properly called a God who at a certain time would exist. For the former is sensible with reference to the latter, who is intellectual. That which is sensible, therefore, is always generated, but is at a certain time, for it possesses existence partably, and is perpetually advancing into being from that which always is. For since, as we have before observed, it derives from something else an infinite power of existing, and that which it possesses is finite, but it is perpetual by always receiving, the ability of existing infinitely, being numbered in that which is finite, it is evident that it is at a certain time from a certain time, always possessing existence, and in consequence of that which is imparted to it never ceasing, always becoming to be, but in its own nature existing at a certain time, and having, as Plato says in the Politicus, a renovated immortality. For subsisting in rising into existence, the whole of it does not at once participate of the whole of being, but again and again, not existing without an extension of being, unless perhaps the expression at a certain time signifies the whole of time, for the evolution of time, as with reference to an eternal infinity, is pote, a certain time, and the whole of time has the same ratio to eternity that a part of time, the pote, has to the whole. If also you are willing, it may be said after another manner, that Plato denominates the world "a God that at a certain time would exist," since he has now fashioned a corporeal nature and given subsistence to intellect, but not yet to soul, because the world also, as a God, will have a subsistence in the course of his narration. For divinity produces at once both parts and the whole, but language divides things that are consubsistent, generates things that are unbegotten, and distributes eternal natures according to time. The God, therefore, that at a certain time would exist is that which is fashioned in the narration of Plato, and according to which there are division and composition. For this, also, the Pythagoric Timaeus himself indicates to those who are able to understand him, when he says in his treatise, on the soul of the world, quote, "Before heaven, i.e. the world, was generated in words, there were idea and matter, and God the demiurgos," close quote. For he clearly manifests that he fashions in words the generation of the world. When Plato likewise says that the demiurgos fabricated the body of the world smooth and equable, this manifests the one comprehension in the world, and its supreme aptitude to the participation of a divine soul. But the words, quote, "every way from the middle equal," close quote, exhibit the peculiarity of a spherical figure, for this is every way equally distant according to all intervals. And the words, quote, "whole and perfect from the composition of perfect bodies," close quote, give to the world a consummate similitude to all perfect animal, for that was in all things perfect, and also to the demiurgos himself. For as he is the father of fathers, and the supreme of rulers, so the world is the most perfect of perfect natures, and the most total of wholes. You may also say that Plato calls the world smooth, as not being in want of any motive or nutritive or sensitive organs, for this had just before been demonstrated by him, but that it is every way equal from the middle, as having a spherical figure, and that it is whole and perfect as being all perfect, and leaving nothing external to itself, for this is properly a whole and perfect. It likewise consists of perfect bodies, as being composed of the four elements. But Plato calls it in the singular number a body as being only begotten, and thus beginning from the only begotten, and proceeding as far as to perfection, he again returns to it through the above-mentioned words, imitating the progression of the world from its paradigm, and its perfect conversion to it. End of chapter 48. Chapters 49 to 51 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. In the next place, let us direct our attention to the words, quote, "But placing soul in the middle of the world, he extended it through the whole, and besides this, externally surrounded the body of the universe with soul," close quote. Divinity, says Proclus, at once and eternally produces all things. For according to his very being, and according to the eternal intellection of wholes, he generates all things from himself, supermundane and mundane beings, intellects, souls, natures, bodies, and matter itself. And indeed, an at once collected subsistence in a greater degree belongs to the demiurgic progeny than to the solar illumination, though in this the whole light proceeds simultaneously with the sun. But it is evident that the sun, imitating the Father of the universe through visible fabrication, is inferior to eternal and invisible production. All things, therefore, as we have said, being produced from the invisible fabrication at once and eternally, at the same time, the order of the effects is likewise preserved. For all things proceed collectively together with their own proper order. For in the producing cause, there was also an eternal intellection and order prior to the things that were arranged. Hence, though all things proceed at once from one cause, yet some have a first and others a diminished dignity. For some things proceed in a greater, but others in a less degree, and some are co-arranged with the demiurgos according to union, others according to contact, and others according to participation. For intellect is able to be connascent with intellect through union, But soul is naturally adapted to be conjoined with intellect, and bodies participate of it only, just as things in the profundity of the earth participate of the splendor of the sun. All these, therefore, subsisting in the world, videre licet, intellect, soul, and body, and all these being produced at once, and at the same time, there being an order in these proceeding from the demiurgos, language at one time beginning supernally according to progression, ends at the boundaries of fabrication, but at another time being incited from things last according to conversion, recurs to the summits of the universe, conformably to things themselves. For all things proceed, and are converted to the cause and principle from which they proceeded, in so doing exhibiting a certain demiurgic circle. Plato, however, delivered to us the order of the plenitudes, pleiromaton, of the world, according to progression, in what he before said, when the demiurgus, placing intellect in soul, and soul in body, fabricated the universe. But in the present passage he unfolds to us the order according to conversion. And in the first place he assumes two contraries in the universe, adds two media to these, and unites them through analogy. Afterwards, giving completion to the world by rendering it a whole of wholes, he surrounds it with an intellectual, i.e. with a spherical figure, gives it the power of participating a divine life, and a motion imitating intellect. Always, likewise, causing the world to be more perfect by the additions, he introduces soul into it as her proper place of abode, and fills all things with life, but different things with a different life. He also inserts intellect in soul, and through this conjoins her with her fountain. For the soul of the universe participating of intellect is connected with intelligibles themselves, and thus he ends at the principle from which the mundane intellect, soul, and the body of the world proceed. For, giving a threefold division to the universe, videre licet, into intellect, soul, and body, he discusses in the first place the two latter which are subordinate, for such is the mode according to conversion. And he terminates indeed the discussion of the body of the world, having unfolded its essence, its figure, and its motion. But the theory of soul is connected with this, just as the body itself of the world is suspended from a divine soul. With respect, however, to the position of soul in the middle of the universe, it is differently explained by the different interpreters of Plato. For some call the center of the earth the middle, but others the moon, as being the isthmus of generated and divine natures. Others again say that the sun is the middle, as being established in the place of a heart in the world. Others the inerratic sphere. Others the equinoctial, as bounding the breadth of the universe, and others the zodiac. And some indeed place the governing principle in the center of the universe, others in the moon, others in the sun, others in the equinoctial, and others in the zodiac. And the power of the center testifies in favor of the first of these, since it is connective of every circulation, the motion of the moon in favor of the second, since it variously changes generation, the vivific heat of the sun in favor of the third, the facility of the motion of the equinoctial circle of the fourth, and in favor of the fifth, the circulation of the stars about the zodiac. Porphyry, however, and Iamblichus oppose all these interpretations, and reprobate them as understanding the middle in a way accompanied with interval, and enclosing in a certain part the soul of the whole world, which is everywhere similarly present, which rules over all things and leads all things by its own motions. Of these divine men, however, Porphyry, assuming the soul to be the soul of the universe, interprets the middle according to the psychical essence, for soul is the middle of intelligibles and sensibles. This interpretation, however, does not appear to say anything as with reference to the words of Plato. But if we assume this, that the universe derives its completion from intellect, soul, and body, and that it is a psychical and intellectual animal, we shall find in this system that soul is the middle. This, therefore, Plato had before asserted, and now he will appear to say nothing else than that the soul of the world is extended through the universe, being allotted a middle order in it. But the philosopher Iamblichus thinks that by soul we should understand the exempt, supermundane, and liberated soul, and which has dominion over all things. For, according to him, Plato does not here speak of the mundane soul, but of the soul which is not participated by body, and which is arranged as a monad above all mundane souls. For the first soul is of this kind, and the middle is asserted of this, as being similarly present to all things, because it does not belong to any body, has no manner of habitude whatever, similarly animates all things, and is equally distant from all things. For it is not distant from some things in a less, and from others in a greater degree, since it is without habitude, but it is alike distant from all things, though all things are not after the same manner distant from it. For in its participants there is the more and the less. Our leader, however, Sorianus, more aptly interprets the words of Plato. For the soul of the world has indeed that which is supermundane and exempt from the universe, according to which it is conjoined with intellect, which Plato in the Phaedrus, and Orpheus in his verses concerning Hippa, denominate the head or summit of the soul. It has also another multitude of powers proceeding from this monad, divided about the world, and appropriately present to all the parts of the universe. And these subsist in one way indeed about the middle, in another way about the earth, in another about the sun, and in another about each of the spheres. Our leader therefore says that all these are comprehended in the present words of Plato, who indicates by them that the soul of the world in one way animates the middle, in another the whole bulk, and that it leaves something else prior to these exempt from the universe. That we may not, however, carelessly attend to what is here said by Plato, but may offer something demonstrative about the psychical powers, it must be said that soul, by a much greater priority than body, is a vital world, and is both one and number. And by the one indeed it is better than every form of habitude, but by the multitude it rules over the different parts of the universe. For in its guardian powers it contains the centre, since from thence the whole sphere is governed, to which also it converges. Farther still, everything turbulent in the world is impelled to the middle, and requires a divine guard, which is able to arrange it and detain it in its proper boundaries. Hence also theologists terminate the progressions of the highest gods in that place, and the Pythagoreans call the middle either the tower or the prison of Jupiter. But in its stable, and at the same time vivific powers, it contains the sphere of the earth. In its perfective and generative powers, the sphere of water. In its connective and motive powers, it comprehends the air. In its undefiled powers, fire. And in its intellectual powers, the whole heaven. In these powers likewise, it in one way contains the lunar, in another the solar, and in another the inerratic sphere. Such, therefore, being the animation of the world, or its participation of soul, Plato, as it is usual with him, beginning according to conversion from things that are last, first imparts soul to the middle, afterwards to the universe, and in the third place leaves something of soul external to the universe. For, as he gave subsistence to body prior to soul, and to parts prior to wholes, thus also he imparts soul to the world beginning from things that have an ultimate existence. When Plato therefore delivered the order of the plenitudes of the world according to progression, beginning supernally, he placed intellect in soul, and soul in body. But here, where he delivers the order according to conversion, he first animates the middle, and afterwards the universe itself. For the river of vivification proceeds as far as to the center, as the Chaldean oracles also assert, when speaking about the middle of the 5 centers, which from on high passes entirely to the opposite part, through the center of the earth. For they say, quote, "And another 5th middle fiery center, where a life-bearing fire descends as far as to the material rivers." Close quote. Hence, Plato, beginning from those things in which animation ends, recurs to the whole vivification, and prior to this surveys the exempt power of the soul. We must not therefore place the ruling part of the soul in the center, for this is exempt from the universe, but a certain power of it which guards the whole order of the world. For nothing else in the universe has so much the power of entirely subverting the whole of things as the center and the power of the center, about which the universe with measured motion harmoniously revolves. Hence it appears to me that Plato divinely says that the Demiurgos placed soul, and not the soul, in the middle of the universe. For these differ from each other, because the latter establishes the whole soul in the center, but the former a certain power of it, and a different power in different parts. The philosopher himself, however, shortly after, when speaking of the animation itself of the world, says, quote, "But the soul, being extended from the middle to the very extremities of the universe, and investing it externally in a circle, gave rise to the divine commencement of an unceasing and wise life through the whole of time." Close quote. For the words, quote, "to be every way extended from the middle," close quote, have the same meaning as, quote, "to be extended from the middle to the very extremities of the universe," close quote. But in the latter, the soul herself illuminates from herself the center of the universe, and the whole sphere of it by her powers, while in the former, the Demiurgos is the cause of the animation, himself introducing the soul into the universe as into her proper place of abode. For the same thing is effected by both, but demiurgically indeed, and intellectually by the cause, and self-motively by soul. Now, however, the philosopher delivers the bond which proceeds from fabrication alone. For we particularly refer wholes and such things as are good to a divine cause, but we consider partial natures and such things as are not good to be unworthy of divine fabrication, and we suspend them from other proximate causes, though these also, as it is frequently said, subsist from divinity. Since, therefore, both a divine and a partial soul have communication with bodies, the former indeed subsisting according to boniform will, and not departing from intelligible progressions, is deific. But the latter, which takes place through a deflection of the wings of the soul, or through audacity, or flight, is atheistical, though the former is complicated with the self-motive energy, and the latter with providential care. But in the one, a subsistence according to deity is apparent through the presence of divinity, and in the other, a subsistence from soul through the representation of aberration. Chapter 50. In the next place, Timaeus, or rather Plato adds, quote, "And causing circle to revolve in a circle, he established heaven, viz. The world, one, only solitary nature." Close quote. On which Proclus observes as follows: "The philosopher Porphyry well interprets the meaning of circle revolving in a circle. For it is possible, says he, for that which is not a circle to be moved in a circle, as a stone when whirled round, and also for a circle to be moved not in a circle, as a wheel when rolled along. But it is the peculiarity of the world, that being circular, it is moved in a circle, through harmoniously revolving about the center. In a still greater degree, however, the divine Iamblichus well interprets the meaning of these words. For he says that the circle is twofold, the one being psychical, but the other corporeal, and that the latter is moved in the former. For this is conformable to what has been before said, and accords with what is afterwards asserted. For Plato himself shortly after moves the corporeal nature according to the psychical circle, and renders the twofold circulations analogous to the periods in the soul. Moreover, to comprehend the whole blessedness of the world in three appellations is most appropriate to that which subsists according to a triple cause, videre licet, the final, the paradigmatic, and the demiurgic. For of the appellations themselves, the first of them, videre licet, one, is assumed from the final cause. For the one is the same with the good. But the second, videre licet, only, is assumed from the paradigmatic cause. For the only begotten and onlyness, monosis, were prior to the universe in all perfect animal. And the third, videre licet, the solitary, is assumed from the demiurgic cause. For the ability of using itself and through itself governing the world proceeds from the demiurgic goodness. The world, therefore, is one, so far as it is united, and is converted to the one. But it is only so far as it participates of the intelligible, and comprehends all things in itself. And it is solitary so far as it is similar to its father, and is able to save itself. From the three, however, it appears that it is a God. For the one, the perfect, and the self-sufficient are the elements of deity. Hence the world, receiving these, is also itself a God, being one indeed according to hyparxis, but alone according to a perfection which derives its completion from all sensible natures, and solitary through being sufficient to itself. For those that lead a solitary life, being converted to themselves, have the hopes of salvation in themselves, and that this is the meaning of the term solitary will be evident from the following words of Plato. Quote, "Able through virtue to converse with itself, indigent of nothing external, and sufficiently known and friendly to itself." Close quote. For in these words he clearly manifests what the solitariness is which he ascribes to the world, and that he denominates that being solitary who looks to himself, to that with which he is furnished, and to his own proper measure. For those that live in solitary places are the saviours of themselves, so far as respects human causes. The universe, therefore, is likewise after this manner solitary, as being sufficient to itself, and preserving itself not through a diminution, but from an exuberance of power. For self-sufficiency is here indicated, and as he says, through virtue. For he alone among partial animals, such as we are, who possesses virtue, is able to associate with and love himself with a parental affection. But the vicious man, looking to his inward baseness, is indignant with himself and with his own essence, is astonished with externals, and pursues an association with others in consequence of his inability to behold himself. On the contrary, the worthy man, perceiving himself beautiful, rejoices and is delighted, and producing in himself beautiful conceptions, gladly embraces an association with himself. For we are naturally domesticated to the beautiful, but hastily withdraw ourselves from deformity. Hence, if the world possesses virtue adapted to itself, in its intellectual and psychical essence, and in the perfection of its animal nature, looking to itself, it loves itself, and is present with and sufficient to itself. It is proper therefore to assert these things to those who place intelligibles external to intellect. For how can that which tends to other things, and as being deficient is indigent of externals, be blessed? Hence, if the world is through virtue converted to itself, must not intellect do this in a much greater degree? Intellect therefore intellectually perceives itself, and this is among the number of things immediately known. This also deserves to be remarked, that Plato, when he gives animation to the world, directly imparts virtue to it. For the participation of soul is immediately accompanied with the fullness of virtue, in the being, which subsists according to nature. Since the one cause of the virtues is also co-arranged with the fountain of souls, and the progression of this fountain is conjoined with the progression of soul. For, with respect to virtue, one indeed is unical, primary and all perfect, but another subsists in the ruling supermundane gods, another in the liberated gods, and another is mundane, through which the whole world possesses undefiled intelligence, an undeviating life, an energy converted to itself, and a purity unmingled with the animals which it contains. From this virtue, therefore, the world becomes known and friendly to itself, for knowledge precedes familiarity. Since the universe also is intellectual, an animal and a god, so far indeed as it is intellectual, it becomes known to itself. But so far as it is a god, it is friendly to itself. For union is more perfect than knowledge. If therefore the universe is known to itself, it is intellectual. For that which is primarily known to itself is intellect. And if it is friendly to itself, it is united. But that which is united is deified. For the one which is in intellect is a god. Again, therefore, you have virtue, a knowledge of, and a friendship with itself in the world. The first of these proceeding into it from soul, the second from intellect, and the third from deity. Hence Plato very properly adds that on account of these things the world was generated by the Demiurgus, a blessed god. For the presence of soul, the participation of intellect, and the reception of union render the universe a god. And the blessed god, which he now mentions, is the god, quote, who at a certain time would exist, close quote, animated, endued with intellect and united. Union, however, is present with it according to the bond of analogy, but much more from the one soul, and the one intellect which it participates. For, through these greater bonds and a more excellent union proceeded into the universe, and still beyond these unions, divine friendship and the supply of good contain and connect the whole world. For the bond which proceeds from intellect and soul is strong, as Orpheus also says, but the union of the golden chain, i rest, of the deific series is still greater, and is the cause of greater good to all things. Moreover, felicity must likewise be assumed in a way adapted to the universe. For since it is suspended from the paternal intellect and the whole fabrication of things, and since it lives conformably to these causes, it is, consequently, happy, eudaimon, from them. For the demiurgus also is denominated a demon by Plato in the Politicus, and a great demon by Orpheus when he says, quote, "One, the great demon, and the lord of all." Close quote. He therefore who lives according to the will of the Father, and preserves the intellectual nature which was imparted to him from thence, immutable, is happy and blessed. The first and the all-perfect form of felicity likewise is that of the world. The second is that of the mundane gods, whom Plato in the Phaedrus calls happy gods, following the mighty Jupiter. The third is that of the genera superior to us, videre licet, the felicity of angels, demons, and heroes. For there is one virtue of angels, another of demons, and another of the heroic genera, and the form of felicity is triple, being different according to each genus. The fourth form of felicity is that which subsists in the undefiled souls, who make blameless descents into the realms of generation, and exert an inflexible and untamed life. The fifth is that of partial souls, such as ours, and this is multiform. For the soul which is an attendant on the moon is not similarly happy with the soul that is suspended from the solar order. But as the form of life is different, so likewise perfection is defined by different measures. And the last form of felicity is that which is seen in irrational animals. For everything which obtains a perfection adapted to it according to nature is happy. For through its proper perfection it is conjoined to its proper demon, and partakes of his providential care. The forms of felicity therefore being so many, the first and highest must be placed in the world, and which also is now mentioned by Plato. We must not however wonder that he immediately calls the world a god from its participation of soul. For everything is deified through that which is proximately prior to it. The corporeal world indeed through soul, but soul through intellect, as the Athenian guest also says, and intellect through the One. Hence, intellect is divine, but not a god. The One, however, is no longer a god through anything else, but is primarily a god, just as intellect is primarily Gnostic, as soul is primarily self-motive, and as body is primarily in place. Chapter 51. In the last place, I shall present the reader with what Plato says in the Timaeus about the name of the world, and add to it the elucidations of Proclus. For thus everything pertaining to the mundane gods, and their great recipient the universe, will have been amply, and I trust satisfactorily discussed. Plato therefore says on this subject, quote, "We shall denominate the universe heaven, or the world, or by any other appellation in which it may especially rejoice." Close quote. These names, says Proclus, were attended with much ambiguity with the ancients. For some alone called the sublunary region Cosmos, the world, and the region above it, Uranus, heaven. But others called heaven a part of the world. And some indeed considered the moon as the boundary of heaven, but others denominated the summits of generation heaven. Thus Homer, quote, "Extended heaven in ether and the clouds fell to the lot of Jove." Close quote. Hence Plato very properly prior to the whole theory, speaks definitively concerning these names, denominating the universe heaven and the world. And he calls it heaven indeed, as perceiving the things above, contemplating the intelligible, and participating an intellectual essence, but the world as always being filled and adorned by true beings. He likewise denominates it heaven as being converted to the principles of its existence, but the world as proceeding from them. For it was generated by true beings, and is converted to them. As, however, of statues which are established by the telestic or mystic art, some things are apparent in them, but others are inwardly concealed, which are symbolical of the presence of the gods, and are known to the mystic framers of them alone. After the same manner, the universe, being the statue of the intelligible world, and perfected by the Father, has some things apparent, which are indications of its divinity, but others unapparent, which are the marks, seals, or impressions of the participation of true being, which it received from the Father who gave it perfection, in order that through these it may be eternally rooted in real essence. The appellations also heaven and the world are names significant of the apparent powers in the universe, the latter indeed so far as they proceed from the intelligible, but the former so far as they are converted to it. It is necessary, however, to know that the divine name of the abiding power of the universe, and which is a symbol of the demiurgic seal, according to which also it subsists in unproceeding union with real being, is ineffable and not vocal, and is known to the gods themselves. For there are appropriate names in every order of things, divine indeed in the gods, but dianoetic in the subjects of the discursive power of reason, and doxastic in the objects of opinion. And this also Plato asserts in the Cratylus, assenting to Homer, who places one kind of names of the same things in the gods, and another kind in the opinions of men, as, quote, gods call it Xanthus, but Scamander men, close quote, and, quote, Chalcis its name, with those of heavenly birth, but called Commundis by the sons of earth, close quote. And in a similar manner in many other names. For as the knowledge of the gods is of one kind, but that of partial souls of another, so names in the former are different from those in the latter. Divine names, however, unfold the whole essence of the things named, but those of men only affect this partially. Plato, therefore, knowing that this pre-existed in the world, omits to mention what the divine and ineffable name of it is, which is different from the apparent, and with great caution speaks of it as a symbol of the divine impression which the world contains. For the words, quote, or by any other appellation in which it may especially rejoice, close quote, are a latent hymn of the mundane name so far as it is allotted an unspeakable and divine essence, in order that it may be coordinate to that which is signified by him. Hence also divine mundane names are delivered by theurgists, some being called by them ineffable, but others effable, and some of them being the names of the unapparent powers in the world, but others of the visible elements from which it derives its completion. Plato, therefore, here delivers both the apparent and the unapparent name of the world, the former indeed dyadically, but the latter monadically. For the words, quote, or by any other, close quote, are significant of oneness. And the ineffable name, indeed, of the universe is indicative of its abiding in its Father. The name world of its progression, and heaven of its regression. But through the three you have the final cause, on account of which it is full of good, abiding indeed ineffably, but proceeding perfectly, and returning to the good, as to the pre-existing object of desire. End of chapter 51. End of book 7, and end of the Six Books of Proclus, the Platonic Successor on the Theology of Plato, by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Read by Jeffrey Edwards. Meta-coordinated and proof-listened by David Craig.